Yep.
Okay. We would like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council to order. The date is February 16th, 2021. It is 5:32 p.m. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. On February 11th, 2021, in accordance with Utah's Open and Public Meetings Act, I've determined that conducting meetings of the Municipal Council with an anchor location, such as the Municipal Council Chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which I've made this determination. The World Health Organization has classified novel coronavirus, aka COVID-19, as a pandemic. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person between people who are in close contact with one another. State Public Health Order 2021-3 addresses the ongoing COVID-19 public health emergency and establishes minimum standards to address the unique circumstances in different locations. Utah County is currently listed as having a high level of coronavirus transmission as determined by the state's transmission index metrics. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo City Municipal Council chamber and other meeting rooms. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City, Shannon Ellsworth, has determined that its meetings are subject to the same risks and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. Now, a word about decorum. The council requests that attendees help maintain the decorum of the meeting by silencing electronic devices and being respectful to others. And please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. In the current situation where the meeting is being held via Zoom webinar and broadcast over YouTube, I remind you to turn off your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. We'll now state the names of those who are present. We have Councilor Dave Shipley, Dave Harding, Shannon Ellsworth, George Hanley, Travis Hoban. Whoops, I lost my part of my video there. Dave Sewell is here, and it looks like Bill Fillmore is not with us yet, but I imagine that he will be joining us shortly. We have Wayne Parker, our CIO, here, and don't see the mayor here yet. The opening prayer this evening will be given by Councilor Ellsworth.
Our dear kind Father in heaven, we're grateful for this day, for this opportunity to be together and to think about the needs of our community and those who live throughout Provo and who work in Provo, and help us to be cognizant of those who are on the margins of our community, help us to understand their needs. We're grateful for the snow and the beautiful place that we live, and for everyone who makes Provo a safe place, especially our police officers and our fire department. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that prayer. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be provided by Mr. Harding.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Now we'll turn the time over to Cliff Strachan to explain our public comment.
Thank you. There are 3 types of items for which public comment will be received. The first is the open public comment period. The council will allow up to 15 minutes for public comments on matters that do not appear on tonight's agenda. The second is for items that require a public hearing. For those items, time will be provided for all those who wish to speak. The third is for items on the agenda that do not require a public hearing. The council will allow up to 15 minutes for comments on each item. Because the council is meeting virtually using Zoom webinar, and this meeting is being broadcast on Provo City Council's YouTube channel, we have enabled telephone access to receive public comment, the numbers for which will be shown on screen during the meeting. When a caller is connected, they will be required to enter the meeting ID and enter the pound symbol. The caller will now enter the meeting as an attendee and will be able to hear the meeting while muted. Similarly, tonight we have enabled access for persons wanting to connect via computer to the Zoom meeting. As attendees, you can raise your hand electronically at the appropriate times to comment when called upon. For telephone callers, when you wish to speak on the item being discussed, press *9 to raise your hand and then wait to be called upon. Once you are called upon, press *6 to unmute yourselves. Attendees will be called upon by the last 4 digits of the listed phone number or by the name listed. Please provide your name and city of residence before making your comments. You will be given up to 2 minutes to speak. A timer will be posted on screen and a beep should be audible when your time is up. A reminder that there is a lag of approximately 30 seconds between the meeting and the broadcast. To avoid confusion, callers should mute the broadcast to hear the discussion in real time. And if you're watching on the screen, you can see in the bottom right hand of the slides, there's that information in simplified form for callers. The open public comment period starts now. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And let me just mention, in case anyone came to for item number 3 on digital sign hold times, that that item has been continued. There will be no public hearing on that because part of it needs to go to the Planning Commission first. If you were here to speak on that and wanted to comment on it, you could speak during this public comment period. So we'll now open for public comment.
Chair Sewell, it doesn't appear that we have anyone ready for the open public comment, so we can move on.
All right. Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and non-controversial, dealing mainly with the administration of council business. We have 3 items on the consent agenda for tonight: a resolution in support of designating Bridal Veil Falls as a state monument or national park, and approving the minutes on January 5th, 2021 and on January 19th, 2021. Is there any council member who would like to remove any of those 3 items from the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote to approve all 3 of those items. And we will start with Mr. Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth,
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore,
Yes.
Councillor Hoban,
Yes.
Councillor Handley,
Yes.
Councillor Harding,
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. Thank you. We'll now move on to the action agenda. Item number 2, which is a resolution transferring $7.8 million from the general fund to various funds and appropriating $5.9 million of the transferred funds and an additional $10,000 for purposes described in the document. And this item is going to be presented, I believe, by David Mortensen, our budget officer.
Yes, thank you, Council Chair Sewell, and good evening, the rest of you. As the title states, the administration is recommending transferring $7,879,285 from the general fund into various capital improvement funds. The bulk of that amount would be going into a brand new capital improvement fund that we propose to create called the Legacy Capital Improvement Fund. The total going into that would be $5,879,285. Another $1 million would be transferred into the Economic Development Capital Improvement Fund, and then $1 million into the Parks Capital Improvement Fund. So you'll recall a few weeks ago in a work meeting, City CAO Wayne Parker gave a presentation about these funds and the recommended use of these funds on various projects within the city. The reason that these funds are available is due to previously budgeted amounts in our public safety area that were paid by a federal grant, thus freeing up some fund balance to be used for other purposes. So after those transfers, the administration recommends the following appropriations as well. It's recommended that $10,000 be appropriated in the mayor's office in the general fund to complete some earlier projects that were started but haven't been finished. $3,500,000 in that new Legacy CIP fund for a new fire station #1 in a new location. $400,000 in that same Legacy CIP fund for some airport terminal changes. $1 million in the Economic Development Fund to be used to attract a West Side grocery retailer, and $1 million in the Park CIP Fund for Canyon Road Park. With that, we have Mr. Parker's here to answer questions, and I can answer any questions that you have as well.
And let me just mention, while we're waiting to see if any counselors have questions, that if any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, we'd encourage you to call in, or you can sign in via Zoom as well. And instructions can be found on agendas.provo.org. Well, actually, it looks like we've got the dial-in instructions right there. So now back to the council. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm curious. Other cities have done different things with this money, specifically with the CARES Act money, and some have done what we have done. But I haven't seen, or I asked staff to investigate what other cities have done. Is there any report on how other cities have managed this extra funding?
I don't have that information. I don't know if anyone from the mayor's office has looked into that, but as far as the actual use of the CARES Act funding, I think the majority of cities used it the same way that we did for public safety personnel costs. But as far as how they're using any fund balance that was made available because of that, I'm not aware of how other cities are planning to use those extra funds.
Yeah, I know that Spanish Fork and I think Salem City used their CARES Act money differently. And there was a conversation internally about that. Our staff said that we couldn't use we couldn't go back and do vouchers to citizens like they had done. But I was asking, what alternatives are there? Is it just capital improvements, or what alternatives are there?
Really, at this point, this money is unappropriated general fund balance, so it could be used for any purpose that the council deems appropriate. It doesn't have to be capital improvements. It really could be anything. But the administration felt that it was important to use these funds for things that would benefit residents long term. And so that's why some of these important capital projects that we have on the horizon were identified that could be funded with some of this money.
If I might add, Councilor Ellsworth, I wasn't able to get much information beyond what we'd already told you. In a leadership meeting with the administration, we had talked a little bit about some of the other alternatives with it, and they look to be problematic. What the administration appeared to be interested in was a use of that money in a way that had some long-term benefits and not just a short-term relief effort. But I would defer to the mayor or the CAO on that if they'd like to add anything to it.
Sure, Cliff, thank you. So just a couple of observations. I think Mr. Strachan identified exactly the approach the mayor's office took on this, which was as difficult as the pandemic has been for our community. One good thing to come out of it could be, again, the establishment of capital projects that would last 25, 30, 35, 50 years into the future. We did talk a little bit. Oh, first let me mention, I did reach out to the League of Cities and the Utah City Management Association, and nobody has compiled a comprehensive list of how cities have used the CARES Act money. That may be done by some at the state, and we haven't yet found exactly the right person to reach out to try to get that solution. I know as I talk to my colleagues around the state, many of them were focusing on capital improvements, although a few, you mentioned Spanish Fork, the city of Draper did something similar, and I recall a city up in Davis County who came out with kind of a buy local campaign and distributed Draper bucks or something like that to be used at local businesses. We looked at that. I actually talked to Draper at some length. Part of their big difficulty was controlling the unauthorized duplication of the Draper bucks, and they ended up spending a whole lot more than they expected because the program was popular, but it was, again, because they didn't have great controls on the system, a lot more Draper bucks got photocopied and used than were distributed by the city. And so again, these were programs that were generally put together fairly quickly, again, because there was a very tight time frame on the use of the CARES Act money. I should mention also, and Mayor Kaufusi may want to comment on this, she co-chaired a committee in Utah County that gave away, I don't remember, Mayor, certainly millions and millions of dollars. I don't know if it was tens of millions of dollars, but to small businesses to help supplement items that weren't covered by the payroll protection program at the federal level or other federal sources. And I think Provo is still the major recipient of those dollars that came out across the county. So I don't know if the Mayor Isaac might want to comment on that, but again, our looking at that suggested that the local businesses had largely tried to work through existing federal, state, and county programs to supplement business needs during the pandemic, and so whatever we would do with the relatively small CARES Act appropriation would be fairly, well, shouldn't say inconsequential, but less consequential maybe than other programs that were available.
And I can speak to that CARES Act committee that my fellow mayors put me on. They love to make me have more meetings and more work, but I loved being on this board. I chaired with Mayor Johnson of Lehigh, and I'm trying to recall the exact number, but I believe there was over 102 small businesses that we were able to give between 10,000 and as far as up to, I think a couple got 20,000, and then the 501c3s were a whole different category. But Provo came out the clear winner on that. I believe we were at around 68 of the 102 were Provo businesses, and just all types of CARES Act benefits. Those heaters you see in downtown Provo was a piece of that. Just really helpful to a lot of these small businesses, the moms and pop shops. That's who we were going after to help. And so, yeah, that was a big win for Provo.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I'm curious, do we know what Orem did with their money? Do we know what West Valley did with their money, or Lehigh? Are they spending it in the same way that we are?
We could certainly ask. I don't think we have asked. We did see Orem's early allocations, and I think they set aside an additional $1 million for business assistance, but they did use funds in some similar ways to what we did in the first round of CARES Act funding, which was largely preparing city facilities for social distancing and safe participation, including some money into their recreation center project and some other things. But we could certainly ask those cities if you'd like. I'd be happy to reach out to them.
Yeah, that would be great. If we do go this route with the capital improvements, I'd be curious to know how we picked these projects when we have a lot of capital improvements to prioritize. So if you can shine light on that in this meeting or in the next meeting, that would be helpful.
Yeah, be happy to do that. So I can give you a general sense, and again, the mayor may want to weigh in, but generally we were looking for unfunded critical capital needs that we just didn't have another answer for yet. Fire Station 1 was the very logical example. Again, because of the redevelopment of the city hall site after we move into the new building, it became quickly apparent from visiting with the various potential development partners that the fire station needed to be relocated off the block. And so again, we've been looking for opportunities to try to figure out how to do that. Secondly, as we looked at the airport, I think the critical component there was that we, as I mentioned in the presentation a couple of weeks ago, that we did not want to miss an opportunity as airlines are now coming out of the pandemic and beginning to talk about expansion to other destinations and departure locations. We didn't feel like we could wait for the new airport terminal to be done in a year and now probably 14, 15 months from now before we committed to an airline, or else we might miss the opportunity for other cities who had airports that were more ready and prepared. So the idea was to provide a pot of money to use to make some temporary upgrades to the existing terminal to allow us essentially to add a second gate to the existing passenger terminal. Again, these are essentially renting modular buildings and spending a little bit of money to interconnect them in a secure way after the TSA entry point to ensure that they could be used that way. The Canyon Road Park project, which I know a number of council members have raised questions about, really was an effort on the administration's part to keep alive I don't know if it was a direct commitment or a tacit commitment when the Timp Kiwanis Park was sold to the school district for uses at Timp View High. There was a commitment made to the neighborhood that we would try to accelerate the development of the Canyon Road Park, which had been in the queue for several years since we acquired the property strategically up there 6 or 7 years ago. And consequently, this was an effort to try to make good on our commitment and, again, advance it a few years. It wouldn't advance it, forever because the project is funded about 3 or 4 years out, but it would accelerate that, and it would free up dollars in the park CIP to tackle another park out in that 3 to 5 year time horizon. So those were really the reasons for those 3 key efforts. Oh, and the last one was the West Side grocery store, which again, I think anytime you post a question on social media asking the community to tell you what's needed, it's grocery store on the west side or grocery store in Southeast Provo. And part of that was to develop the tool set we would need to attract the right grocer to those areas based on demographics. And then also recognizing that no site for the West Side grocery store was perfect and would likely require some additional infrastructure to support that. And we wanted to have that opportunity to attempt to accelerate the process moving forward. So those were the points of rationale in our discussion about which projects to choose over other projects.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's helpful. And I remember a discussion from 2 weeks ago. There's probably other improvements that citizens would also prioritize if we ask them on social media.
Yep.
Sidewalks and roads and trails.
Yeah. And again, I just remind the council that part of the effort here is we have set aside the balance of those funds, which is just under $2 million in a future projects account in the legacy CIP, which would allow the council to then have a discussion on any other projects that could be funded by the balance, or if there was a desire to take one of these other projects, not fund it currently, but put it into that future projects account, would give the council opportunity to prioritize differently if they would choose based on the administration's recommendation.
So one more question. What didn't make it on this list?
Oh, it's a very long list. Clearly, we have a lot of unfunded CIP needs that are not in utility funds, but in general funds. So there are clearly other parks. Again, one of the things we've talked about is this the place to fund Slate Canyon Drive, safety improvements that were discussed a couple of weeks ago in council meeting. Again, we didn't have those numbers at the time we put this recommendation together. So that's another probably high priority project that we'd like to try to find funding for. There are clearly other parks. There are, park restroom improvements, playground upgrades, that are a ways off in the park CIP that could certainly be accelerated with the use of some of these funds.
And that's what I'm still trying to understand is how we picked these elements over other unfunded elements.
Yeah, I think these were bigger dollar, at least the fire station was a bigger dollar item that would have been hard to cobble together the funding for. The others, I think, were time sensitive, especially the airport and the West Side grocery store discussion. Both were pretty time sensitive and were opportunities that if we didn't use these funds now, it might be hard again to cobble together a project in 2 or 3 years. And by then we might have missed an opportunity. So I think it was just considering all the factors and trying to figure out how the administration would recommend the allocation of these funds to the council.
Okay. Is the park time sensitive?
Park is not necessarily time sensitive, but we thought it was an important gesture to keep faith with the Edgemont neighborhood. So, yeah.
Councilor Hamley.
Yeah, I just I want to say that I'm supportive of the projects you've mentioned and the Timpview Benoist Park thing for council members who were not part of the council. It was an agonizing decision. It was a very difficult one to sell a park. Was pretty unprecedented, I thought, for a city council to do, and it didn't sit well, obviously, for understandable reasons with many people in the area. So I did think this was an important gesture that I want to stick by. The one way I think about it, though, is that to the degree that this accelerates this particular project, it accelerates all the others. I mean, this is an amount of money that we wouldn't have otherwise, and so assuming this accelerates that park, then maybe, and I think this holds true. I would imagine for all of the projects, right? That there's this then allows us, I think, some leeway to focus on other needed areas with our regular budgeting process. So hopefully we can give due attention to other parks and other parts of the city a little sooner than we would normally because of this, and to other projects as well.
Councilor Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just could add my 2 cents. I think the way that the mayor's office has gone about prioritizing this money, it's really just a windfall. It's a godsend to us to have these extra funds. But I like the way they prioritize it. I think all these are high priority items and will certainly pay some dividends for us long term.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we move to public comment, and then we'll come back for any further council discussion? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Mortensen. And we'll now open this item for public comment. Normally, we would invite the neighborhood chair to comment early. Did everyone get a chance to see her email or sent earlier today? Because she's mentioned that she would not be able to be here.
Mr. Sewell, are you I had to step away from the phone. Are you talking about
never mind. I'm about 3 steps ahead in my thinking on that one. So just strike that comment. Okay. Let's open it up for public comment.
Okay, if you are on the line, if you wish to make a comment on this item and you're on the telephone, please indicate that you wish to make that comment by pressing *9. If you're logging in on a computer, you can use the raise hand feature. That just lets us know this is the item you want to comment on. We'll give it a little bit just in case people are catching on a little late. The meeting information is there on the screen. So far, it looks like we have people for other items. So go ahead, and I think we're comfortable closing public comment on this.
All right, thank you, Karen. We'll close public comment now and bring it back to the council for any further discussion. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. I support the general approach that we are taking for this money. I think it's very prudent. I think we took care of the urgent needs early, and I'm grateful that we're using this money. We're aiming to use this money to provide long-term value to the community. I appreciate that. Just, I guess, a couple of thoughts. I'm very comfortable with the first 3 items that we have listed there: the earlier projects, Fire Station 1, and the airport terminal. I am a little less comfortable with the Canyon Road Park. I was on the council when we went through that transaction. The way that it was explained was, that while we're selling it to the school district, another public entity, there really would be very minimal loss of service, of use of that park for the residents. And I know there was some talk at different times about, accelerating this Canyon Road Park, but that was never voted upon by the council as a whole. And at the time, I raised concerns that, and again, I guess I would just say that whenever making these decisions about prioritization and order of funding and whatnot, I do hope that we look very closely at the level of service commitments that we've made, and the level of service in calculations or estimations to make sure that we're treating all of the residents and areas of the city equitably. So I do have some concerns with that, but I appreciated the discussion earlier, and I don't think I really appreciated that it does allow us to get to other items on the park CIP sooner. Westside Grocery it is something that we have been working on a very, very long time, and I'm glad we took the actions we did in our last meeting. I think those are years overdue, and so I'm a little wary of saying, well, after taking so long to get to this point, about slowing anything down. But I do wonder, now that we have taken that step, will it be necessary to invest this kind of funds in order to get the deal done and to actually get that grocer. I think Southeast Provo has not been wanting as long as West Provo has been, but we lost a grocer in Southeast Provo, and I would say that the needs there are just about as great. And in the past, the city hasn't been in the business of providing grocery stores, and obviously we're not actually providing, but we're trying to facilitate, and we're talking about a fairly major investment of public money to make that happen. Are we willing to? And I'm working this out for myself, trying to figure out how to look at this for myself. But are we willing to invest that kind of public money for other areas of the city that are in need of grocery services, or do they have to wait 20 years before we invest this kind of money into that? So those are the things I'm thinking about. The final one, the nearly $2 million for future projects. Some of the question was, how might we use that? Do we just kind of set it aside for the next opportunity that comes up, or are there other things that we might move forward with sooner? And I think the one idea that I've heard that really kind of resonated with me and really piqued my interest was talk about a research park that could be used to kind of facilitate and support some of the ideas that come out of our two local universities. And if we're looking at legacy and projects that could have rippling positive effect across the city and across generations, I think a research park might fit that bill. So those are the thoughts I have as I look at this proposal.
Councillor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I hope that we can continue this item and learn more and do some more homework, get some more answers about this, because right now I'm not comfortable with the process. The filters feel subjective, so I'd just like to see a more thoughtful process. Not to say that the thought hasn't gone into this, but I don't have a great justification for my constituents as to why we're spending this money this way. And I do see that it advances other projects that are further down the line, but they're going to ask, well, why weren't those other projects prioritized? And these aren't in the waiting queue. So I feel like there's still homework to be done. I don't feel like the justification is satisfactory for me yet.
Councillor Hanley.
Does this item need to be continued then by virtue of one councillor wishing it to be so?
No,
No,
because it's not a
procedure.
planning commission item. So it would require a motion.
Okay.
Right, and procedurally, if you wanted to table it, you would require a motion to do that.
I see. Okay. I just wanted to get clarification on that. I think the 1.9 million that we still have to determine how we want to spend is a wonderful opportunity. And I don't think we should overlook that because it does seem like to the degree, I think no matter what we were being given as a proposal here, and I'm not saying there's no reason to doubt that another proposal might have been better. But no matter which proposal we would be looking at, I think we would be looking at lost opportunities. And so I do appreciate the fact that the proposal includes quite a significant amount of money that can be used, I think, to adjust for any lost opportunities or inequities that might be created as a result of the spending that's being proposed. I mean, it's not 50-50, obviously, but 1.9 million is significant and would do a great amount of good in whatever part of the city or on whatever project we might be considering. So I think I'm quite happy with that as an opportunity for us as a council, and I look forward to having a conversation about how that might go forward. As far as tonight's discussion, I'm comfortable supporting this as is, and then moving forward with the discussion about that extra 1.9.
Are there any other comments from councilors? Councilor Shipley.
Yeah, I think I agree with the rationale that was shared earlier about the projects. I guess my concern at this point would be that if any council member felt like we should review the process, I think we should. It's a big enough amount of money, and it's a big enough opportunity that I think taking a step back and going through our process a little bit and how we prioritized a little bit more, I think would be a good step. And then I do recall Council Member Ellsworth asking for, feedback from other cities as well on how they spent. And we could come to the same conclusion, but I think it's worth giving that some effort and energy to review what they did and try to learn from that. And maybe it's just our lack of, maybe the council just needs more information. It's not that it's not that the administration hasn't gone through that process. I don't think anybody's doubting that. It's just we haven't gone through that process, and this is a big amount of money. So for the sake of even one council member, I think it's worth taking a step back and reviewing the prioritization, reviewing maybe the top 10 or top 20 CIP projects that require funding that are unfunded at this point over the next 5 to 10 years, and just being able to look at and evaluate those and have some context for the list that we have.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I completely agree with Mr. Shipley. I am surprised and grateful for this unusual windfall. And I just want to be very cautious about how we spend it, make sure that we get as much information as possible so we feel confident in how we are investing this unique opportunity. So I would move that we continue the item if there's no further discussion.
We have a motion by Councilor Ellsworth.
I'll second that. Do we need a timetable specifically, or does it continue to the next meeting? Does it continue indefinitely? What does the motion need to say as far as time frame for reconsideration?
My suggestion is that you leave it open-ended, and then we can work out something with the administration to schedule either some meetings on it or to bring it back to a work meeting.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Harding.
Thank you. I'm sitting here listening to all this discussion, even my comments. If you were trying to figure out where I stood on this, and you weren't sure, it's because I'm not. I mean, again, let me state up front that broadly, generally, I'm very supportive of this. I think this is the right general approach. But I'm just wondering, in all my thoughts on arguing kind of both sides of these issues, maybe I should just not say anything. But let me say, and I can't, let me see if I have this. I think it was like 45 or so days ago is when Mr. Parker first emailed us the memo that walked through the proposed projects and the rationale behind why these projects were selected. So I do think we, I almost feel like sometimes it's not until we're asked to make a decision that we really dive in and start looking and wanting to that we really look deeply in, and sometimes these questions come up. But I do feel like the administration gave us a good heads up, good opportunity to dive into this. I don't feel strongly whether this should be continued or not. I'd be happy to vote on it now. I'd be happy to postpone it. I'm probably leaning towards voting for the continuation, but I guess I just wanted to mention to the administration that we appreciate the efforts that they put in assembling this proposal and in the time that they gave us to review it before now. But I do also agree that this is a lot of money. So if anything, we should err on taking a little more caution and making sure this is exactly what we think is in the best interest of the citizens.
Councilor Fillmore. You're muted.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my confidence in the administration's efforts and the process that they went through. This is not a new proposal. We've had this before us for a few weeks now. It's not like they're hitting us cold. My anxiety is that if we leave this open-ended beyond tonight, we're going to be lobbied by countless groups for their projects. It's going to be very time-consuming. We're going to end up disappointing a lot of people because we're probably going to end up coming right back to these priorities in terms of a majority vote of the council. My feelings correspond to those of Councillor Hanley, that you've got nearly $2 million to work with on other projects. Plus, as has been indicated, this budgetary approach opens up other possibilities for other projects. I think we ought to confirm it tonight and cut the mayor loose to do what she wants to do on these things.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm not saying these are bad projects. I just don't understand how we got from a big list of unfunded CIP projects to this list of CIP projects. I understand some of them are time sensitive, and I can certainly get behind the fire station. I can get behind the airport. The other two I have more questions about, but there's probably other things that are maybe time sensitive that we don't know about that just didn't make the short list. So that's what I'm interested in learning about. And I have raised these questions internally. I don't feel like I have the answers yet.
Would it be helpful if we invited the mayor or Mr. Parker to more thoroughly explain the process they went through?
They certainly can. I'd be very interested to hear if they have more details. Maybe they did a point system and they ranked them or they graded them. That would be helpful information. I asked staff about what Orem has done, what West Valley has done, what Lehigh has done. We don't have those answers yet. So yeah, I still feel like all the pieces aren't there for me.
Just to state the obvious though, Councilwoman, we're not Orem, we're not West Valley. We're Provo, and nobody knows Provo's issues more than the mayor and Mr. Parker and their staff. And I'm inclined to support them tonight. But Mayor, if you'd like to chime in, or if Wayne wants to, that might be very helpful.
Mr. Parker's had his hand up, so let's let him go, and then the mayor wants to comment as well.
Thank you for inviting us. We don't typically weigh in after you've made a motion in a second, but given the discussion, I want to just put one other option on the table, which we discussed, I know, with a couple of council members, and that was the idea that it doesn't necessarily have to be all or nothing tonight. One option might be to, as Councilmember Ellsworth suggested, if there's strong support around the fire station and the airport terminal, we could certainly appropriate those dollars into projects, and you could take the remaining $2 million and put it in that future projects account, and then prioritize along with everything else. So again, I just didn't want you to think that there was no other option between continuing it and just acting on it tonight. So that was the only thing I was going to add. Mayor, certainly go ahead.
That was exactly what I was going to say was, if you're comfortable with the fire station, great. If you're comfortable with the second, third, or fourth, or not the fourth, or not the third, you can change the motion. We just wanted to get going on this. And I can tell you what other mayors have said, because I've asked them often what they're doing with their CARES Act money. And depending on the other cities, which are, again, none of them are Provo because they're smaller and they're not our form of government. A lot of them are holding on to it for about 6 months to a year, and then are going to make the decision. Others are moving forward in the same capacity we have. I know the county got, for their payroll, they went the same route we did. They used it to pay their payroll, and then are using it for projects and things that they're trying to move forward. I've talked to a couple of the commissioners, and they love our idea of a legacy account, because again, I didn't want to do, as I learned from Harriman and some of the other cities, the smaller give me's to everyone. It's gone, and in 6 months, I don't know if they'll remember that. I really put it to a high level and said, I want to do stuff that 25 years from now, when we're driving by, we'll think, we're glad we did that. Time sensitive wise, I think the fire station is not a want, it's a need. And the airport is time sensitive. The grocery store piece, again, that is money that we've just gone back and forth with on what to do. But and I've said it since I became mayor, I have been focused on getting a grocery store on the west side. And if I had to put some money away to help get this moving, when we talked about it, and I believe Dave Decker stated it's 3 to 5 years out, well, that's without some extra funds to start moving on the infrastructure faster and move some of these things along. That's the point of that money. And then the park, again, I thought George Hamley stated it just beautifully. It was a brutal year, and it was tough and hard. And I had the beauty of being on both sides of the fence. I was on the school board for half of it, and then I was the mayor for the other half. And it was intense and hard and a tough decision for all of us. But again, like we stated, the 1.9 million is yours to decide. If you want to put that towards a grocery store in the Southeast, I will support whatever it is you decide to do with your money that you will be allocated. And again, you can take the 2 million that you're not comfortable with and just put it into the CIP fund or the legacy fund and let it sit until you are comfortable and can come to a decision. As far as getting information, I'm happy to get going on that for you if you want some more specifics. I mean, I'm sure you probably do remember, but when all this was going on, I went to my directors, and Cliff was in that meeting, and I said, I want you all to be creative. I want you to bring forth any idea you have that we could use with CARES Act money. It was amazing. I think my notebook was at least 2 inches thick, and each page was a different idea. And we have that we can share the process of honing in and coming up, instead of a lot of little projects, come up with big legacy pieces that are going to be impactful for years to come. But again, we will take whatever you're comfortable with and we can get you more information. And then again, you can decide what to do with the other funding, and I will be happy to support you in whatever it is you decide to do. It's tricky. I mean, you might think it's an easy process, but when you have 100+ ideas on the table, to put it into all right, let's think 25 years out. That's was our first step. And that was how we weeded out the first level, which took it down really quick. And then the impacts and commitments from previous councils, all of that had to come in, and it was not an easy task. We've been stewing over this for quite some time, and this is where we've landed. But again, it's up to your discretion, and that's where we want to leave it.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Harding, would you mind if I ask Mr. Hoban if he wants to comment before we come back to you? In an ideal situation, everybody would get a chance to make a first comment before we go to second and thirds. Mr. Hoban?
I don't want to delay on some of these projects. So if, maybe we could identify the ones that everybody is comfortable with, vote those through, and get those moving, then that'd be great. I could go either way as far as if we want to delay it. I think I do empathize a little bit with what Mr. Shipley said about, hey, if there's somebody who on the council who really feels that it's important that if nothing else, they're able to have a little more time to dig in, then maybe we delay some and revisit. But I'd say let's move forward with what we can, at least. I probably would just lean towards approving them, but like I said, I empathize with Council Member Ellsworth and Mr. Shipley, and if it's really important to somebody, we can delay it.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, and I guess I haven't made my first comment either, but you pretty much said everything that I would have wanted to say. So we'll go back over to Councilor Harding.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, if you'll correct me in case I use the wrong terminology, but I believe I want to make a substitute motion in hearing what I believe from my fellow council members, the aspects that we're comfortable with. I would move that we appropriate the $10,000 to the mayor's office to complete earlier projects, $3.5 million to the legacy CIP for Fire Station 1, $400,000 to the legacy CIP for airport terminal changes, $100,000 to economic development CIP for the analytical tools that they're asking for to move forward with just grocery store analysis generally, and then hold off on the additional $900,000 for West Side Grocery and the $1 million for Canyon Road Park, and I guess roll that in with the 1.979 million, roll that all into the legacy CIP, pending further discussion and research, but appropriate those first four tonight.
And Mr. Harding, just a slight clarification. Could we make that motion in a form that it amends the current implied motion as you described?
So and Mr. Jones, that's I guess what I was looking for. Is that a substitute motion, or is that an amended motion, or how's the best way to do that? Or do I need to wait until we voted upon this motion first? And your motion.
You can make a substitute motion to the motion that's on the table, and that would be appropriate as Chair Sewell described.
So the only thing I was trying to say, Mr. Harding, is rather than actually appropriating it, I think what we want to do is amend the draft of the implied motion
Got you. Okay, so I would like to.
I think what you're looking to do.
offer
Yeah, I think what you're looking to do, Councilor Harding, is just clarify that your motion was to amend the exhibit to do everything you just described, so that that's what the implied motion would apply to.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
That is my motion.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion from Mr. Harding. Is there a second to that motion? I'll second it. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Sewell?
Yes.
The request has been made in the chat to bring up the table showing the actual items on there. The effect of this motion would be to amend the amounts and the items that are in the list to be funded. And if it fails, then you're back to the original. Well, you still have the original underlying motion to deal with.
Right. And so in addition to the change that you're showing on the screen, I believe Mr. Harding also proposed that we change that 1 million in the Economic Development Fund so that it's 100,000 to get the tools, which could potentially benefit both West Side and Southeast, and then leaving the other 900,000 for incentives to go back into the whatever we're calling the future projects or whatever.
Yeah, I've not seen that close to $2 million being appropriated into the legacy CIP for future projects. I don't see that in the implied motion.
Well, and
or the
David can probably correct me, but I think it's because, so the first paragraph transfers the money, but then the second paragraph only appropriates the amounts that are actually being spent now. The parts that wouldn't be spent now are transferred but not appropriated until you appropriate them later.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. And then Hannah, I think Wayne made a comment that you maybe didn't see, that it wouldn't be this whereas paragraph that we would need to be amended. It would be the action down at the bottom.
Right.
The recommendation was still the same from administration. It would just be the council's action down here that would need to be adjusted. So.
Good point. Thank you.
So just from the memo back in January, it's $100,000 to develop or contract for data tools for attracting the grocery stores. So I guess, yeah, that.
So Hannah, David's point is you actually want to undo all the changes in the paragraph that you're making right now and not change it at all, because that is the administration's recommendation and it stays the same regardless of what the council decides.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Just trying to make sure I'm keeping track of everything in the right place. There were a lot of numbers thrown around, and let me know if there's any other clarification that needs to be made.
So now you need to change the million in line 49 to 100,000.
Right.
Ms. Sazzle, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. You spoke quickly with a lot of numbers, trying to keep up. Is there anything else?
I think that reflects my motion.
Okay. Might want to work on that word develop and contract the data tools. I'm not sure if that's quite the best way to say that, but anyway, we're mostly there.
Is that what was used in the memo? I think that's where that phrase came from.
It's an or rather than an and in the
or contract for the data tools, maybe.
Yeah, contract 4, yes.
Okay, I think we got it.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. Looks like we have a number of comments for discussion. Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a little confused about what we're trying to do here, because if the issue is that we want, more thorough background on all of the decisions, then it doesn't make sense to me to be doing it piecemeal right now. If the issue is that certain council members have objections to specific items in the proposal, which is sounding like what's going on, because then that's a different discussion. I mean, if it just doesn't seem to solve. I feel like we're actually thinking we're coming at the same problem from two different angles, but I think we're actually addressing two separate problems. If the problem is that we haven't had enough discussion, then this doesn't solve that problem. This actually makes it just as bad. I would prefer to vote on the whole thing, but if I'm in the minority on that and we want more time, then I would prefer that we wait and vote on the whole thing. Or if we come back after further discussion and more information and decide that we have a majority opinion that needs to go into the fine grains of the proposal and eliminate certain items in order to satisfy everybody, then that's fine. But if we're going to do it here without all that background information, we're essentially acknowledging that we don't really need that background information. So I'm a little confused. I don't feel like I need that background information. I feel like we've had enough time, but I don't want to rush anybody who doesn't feel that they have had enough time. So I'm happy delaying, but I would much prefer to support the first motion than this one, for the reasons that I've just explained, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Councillor Ellsworth?
Yeah, I appreciate the nuance that Mr. Hanley articulated. I'm more comfortable continuing the entire thing and coming back and understanding the process and having this discussion again. This is the first time we've discussed it in this kind of roundtable format with debate. When we heard it 2 weeks ago in a work meeting, we did not discuss it like this. So yeah, I'd be more comfortable continuing it. If no one else wants to continue it, that's okay. I'm more comfortable with this edited proposal than I am with the full proposal, because we're not allocating as much money without information, without sufficient justification for me, I suppose. I'm really grateful that we are having this conversation and that we're having it publicly and that we're debating these issues. I got a very personal email from a citizen who was concerned about these funds, who wants to know how we are helping businesses and helping household economies with this money. And I didn't have a good answer. And I still feel like we need some justification. I need some justification to understand how we got to this point. So thank you for engaging with me, and thank you to the administration. I know they always do their homework, and I'm just curious to read their textbook, and hopefully we can all be more settled, whether we continue it or whether we just advance a couple of projects tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Fillmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like Mr. Handley, I would really prefer that we vote on the whole thing tonight. I'll renew my concern. I think we're raising false hopes for a variety of groups. And after all the lobbying that's going to go on, the result will just be a lot of disappointment and bad feelings. As far as the grocery store goes, I had the sense that was more urgent. I'm a little surprised that the mayor is willing to punt on that for now. As far as the Canyon Road Park goes, that was a bitter episode a couple of years ago. And the only thing that softened it in the least was the promise of a new park for the Edgemont area. And I'm just afraid there's going to be a real sense of anger among many of our constituents there, not to mention a sense of betrayal. At the very least, if we're not going to vote on it tonight, I suppose I would support Mr. Handley's amended motion. It's not my first choice, But let's at least put a time limit on it. Let's not let this thing drag out. We've had a few weeks already to mull this over, and we've failed to do it adequately, I guess. Can we just have an understanding that this will show up on our work session in 2 weeks, and we'll have a round discussion, and then we'll put it on the evening's agenda as well. Let's vote it up or down, but not longer than 2 weeks.
Thank you. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I made the motion. I didn't talk about any of the rationale behind it. Basically, as I've said, I'm generally supportive of this. I have a few questions about a couple of the items. I'd be okay going forward and voting on the whole thing tonight, but I heard a number of counselors suggest, well, maybe we should take a little more time. Then I heard the administration suggest, well, if you want to take a little more time on some of the items, if there's items that everyone agrees on and feels comfortable with, let's get it done tonight. And so that's what this motion is. This motion is what I heard is everyone's, the things that everyone seemed comfortable with moving forward tonight. And then the items that maybe we want to take a little more time on, that we pull them off. And that gives us that more time to research and look into them. I wouldn't want people to read in and say, oh, well, that got pulled off, therefore the council's not supportive of it. It's just, these are the items we want to spend a little more time on. And the items that everyone, as far as I've heard people comment, the items that no one questions, the items that everyone supports are the ones that I move to approve tonight. And then I would support if we say no more than 2 weeks or whatever. That's how I separated it. It's not, these are the things I support and these are the things I don't support. These are the things that seems like there's consensus that we should move forward on, and the administration's asked us to move forward on them tonight. And then the other things we'll take a little bit more time and make sure, everything that has been said about taking time, we do that on those other items.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mayor Kafusi.
And I just wanted to clarify that we would so heartedly rather have all of them passed tonight. We're ready to go. We feel good about them. We feel like we're in the right direction. We are ready to support and engage with your 1.9 million on where 4 of you would like to put that money. And I use this term often, I don't like to kick the can down the road. And by doing this, I feel like get ready for your emails to be inundated with a lot of people coming at us, giving their suggestions. And that's fantastic. And the passion is there. But every person's going to think that their project and their neighborhood and their idea is where the money should land. And everyone has the right to their own opinion. But like I've said many times, our job as elected officials is to make a decision and take it to a high level and think what's best for the overall city, not in my backyard, not in my district, but take a high level look at what's best for the whole city. And that's what you were elected to do. Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to clarify kind of where I'm at as well. I almost feel like we need a ranked choice vote on this one, because as I look at the 3 options that we have, I'll rank them how I see them. My preference would be to approve the entire list tonight. So I'm with Mr. Hanley and Mr. Fillmore on that as far as a preference. If we can't do that, I would prefer to at least move forward with the highest priority items that the broadest number of council members feel are urgent. And so if we're not going to pass them all, then I would prefer to support the motion that Mr. Harding just made. And then my third choice would be to continue the whole thing, but limited to 2 weeks. Councilor Ellsworth.
I appreciate all of your opinions and all of your insights. If I am the only one with concerns, then you should move forward without me. That's fine. If you are willing to evaluate our unfunded CIP projects with a little bit more rigor, that I think that would be helpful to me. It would allow me to justify these decisions to citizens who do have other ideas and who don't understand everything on our capital improvements list.
Mr. Fillmore. You're muted.
Of course. I'm going to ask Mr. Jones for some advice here. I really would like to go back to the original motion and take a vote on that. And if that doesn't get a majority, then shift to the amended motion that Mr. Harding has proposed. How would we do that, Brian, in a parliamentary way?
That is a great question. Trying to find a window where I can open the handbook because.
Mr. Jones?
Am I muted?
No, I believe that you can keep nesting substitute motions. So I think you could.
You can, according to Roberts. I was just trying to find a window to open the handbook because the handbook has a special rule on it that there is a limit. And so I think, if I remember right, there is.
I think there's a maximum of 3, Brian.
Yeah, and I was thinking that it was that there was a maximum of 1 amended and 1 substitute at a time. Let's see. Let me look real quick. So what you could probably do, hold on one second. Let me not speculate. Actually look at the rule here. Now, what you could do, because there's nothing against in the rules against this, while I'm trying to find the motion, is you could just take a straw poll and see what the number of people are that are ready to go forward. If there's sufficient to go forward, Mr. Harding could withdraw his motion. You could vote on the motion to continue and vote it down, and then you could vote on the implied motion in order. Okay, secondary. Main motion is allowed. Let's say main motion is allowed. Secondary amendments, which amend an amendment, are allowed. Third degree amendments are not allowed. Substitute motions combine a proposed amendment. I don't know if they're one step.
But these are not amendments to a substitute motion. These are new substitute motions.
Right. There can be up to 3 motions on the floor at the same time. So Mr. Strachan had it correctly. So you could make, under these rules, you could make 1 more substitute motion. And so even though we have an implied motion, someone could make a substitute motion to vote on the resolution as it stands.
You're talking about the original motion,
right?
The full funding. I will make that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Fillmore. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there anyone unclear as to where we're at with the third substitute motion here? So we're basically at this point voting on whether to approve the recommendation as submitted by the administration.
And just to be clear, because we don't really do it this way very often, this essentially trumps the implied motion. So if this motion passes, the resolution is passed and the item is finished.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Shipley.
I just wanted to mention that that I'm supportive of the administration's priorities here. My concern is the process at this point. I think it would be a dangerous precedent to say we're going to spend or allocate a windfall of this size if any council member felt like they didn't get all their questions answered. And I'll take some responsibility as a member of the leadership of this council in that we didn't get all the answers before we got to this point. But I feel like that's critically important. And I'll be voting against this new, whatever we're at now, the iteration that we're at now, not because I disagree with the priorities, but that I feel like with this amount of money, the size of which we will never appropriate again, probably in our terms as elected officials, that if anyone had any concern as a voting member of this council that the questions didn't get answered, questions that they did pose 2 weeks ago, that the dog's voting for this, by the way.
Was that a second?
But for me personally, like I say, I trust that these have been vetted, that these priorities are good. It's a process issue at this point, and I think it's a dangerous precedent with this amount of money to not get questions answered. And I think it would be fair to say that we could set this for 2 weeks out, get questions answered. We're not taking 2 weeks to take everybody's opinion publicly on what they think should happen with this money. We're taking 2 weeks to vet a process and make sure that we can, I think, unanimously move forward with such a large amount and such a big decision.
Are there other comments on the substitute motion? All right. Drum roll, please. I will call for a vote on the third substitute motion. Mr. Shipley.
No.
Councillor Ellsworth.
No.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
No.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Harding.
No.
Okay. I think we're up to 4 no's if I'm counting right. Well, I'll vote yes. So did that motion fail 3-4? Was I counting correctly on that?
Yes, it failed.
Okay. So now we have to back up to the prior substitute, I believe, Mr. Jones?
That's correct, which was Mr. Harding's motion.
So we now have Mr. Harding's motion on the table.
And may I just urge, I will vote for that if we can put the 2-week rider on it.
Wait, hold on a second. That sounds like we're confusing the items there. And that's what I wanted to, if Mr. Sewell, if it's okay, could I just get some clarification? My strong preference is to bring this the whole thing back in 2 weeks and not do a piecemeal right now. I just don't think, again, since we just got a strong indication that there's support for more background, let's follow through on that, and let's not do it piecemeal now and rob that process of the time that it needs. But I think there's at least some urgency that we don't take too much time on this. So right. My strong preference would be not for the current substitute motion, but the first one, which was Councillor Ellsworth's suggestion that we wait on this, and maybe we could indicate when we would bring it back. That's my preference.
So in that case, you would want to vote against this second motion. Councillor Harding and then Councillor Hoban.
I'd be happy. I don't know if I need to change my motion, but I would want to bring back the West Side Grocery and the Canyon Road Park items in 2 weeks. And so I don't know if that needs to be part of this motion or if leadership can just make that happen. But I would like to approve and appropriate as the motion stated, the other items, and then bring the other items back within 2 weeks.
Okay, happy to do that, Councillor Harding, if the motion passes, to bring the rest back in 2 weeks. Councillor Hoban?
I prefer we pass everything everyone's comfortable with. I think if everyone's comfortable with it because they just believe it's the right thing to do with this money, I don't think we should get too stuck on process, whether the process was flipping a coin or doing something else. I mean, if we all agree on it, let's get some things passed and get a move in, and then let's evaluate the other items that are still in question. So I prefer we get some things moving forward. I just like to accomplish stuff.
I mean, about you.
Stuff if we all agree on it, right? Why not? Let's go.
Right. I appreciate that about you, Councillor Hoban, and I feel the same. So again, we're down to my number 2 on my ranked choice here. So I would prefer to pass what's in this and then come back to discuss the other in 2 weeks. Let's see, it looks like we have a number of hands here. Mr. Mortensen and then the mayor.
Thanks. Yeah, so I just wondered if Hannah could bring back up the draft resolution that had the changes for this motion that's on the table right now. One other change would need to be made in part 1 of the action. So just a little bit further up. So this transfer, so instead of $5,879,285 going to the legacy CIP, that would need to be increased by 1.9 million. Or so, yeah, because we wouldn't be transferring any money into the park CIP fund, and we would only be transferring 100,000 into the economic development CIP fund. So on that second line, Hannah, the legacy CIP fund should be changed to 100,000. The one before. Yep, and then this part would be removed. The 1 million to the park CIP fund would just be removed. Yep.
And Hannah, I think you also, correct me if I'm wrong, David, if you go back up to the short title, very top, I believe that 5.9 million needs to be changed to 4 million because that's all that's being actually appropriated.
Correct.
Mayor Kafusi.
Thanks. And I was just going to second that line 4 and lines 41 through 43 needed to be corrected with the motion. And then just one more point of clarification. When this is done, can I just make sure we've got really clear direction on what it is exactly you want so that we can get to work on it? And maybe have Cliff send us a memo with the tasks you'd like us to look into and the information you'd like us to collect, just so there's clarification.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the second substitute motion by Mr. Harding?
I have a quick, simply procedural question. Staff are having a hard time identifying who had seconded Councillor Fillmore's motion that was voted on earlier. Who seconded that? I heard you ask if it was the dog, but I didn't hear who actually did.
I did count, yeah, George Handley.
Thank you.
Mr. Sewell, I have a question. If we vote against this, does the third substitute motion become an option?
Yes, so this fails, the first one, yeah, we're backing up in reverse order. So then we would be back to the motion to continue the whole thing for 2 weeks.
Okay.
If this fails.
I just, sorry, I'll just add a comment to my feeling. I mean, if it's dangerous to appropriate whatever the total was 5 minutes ago, it's still dangerous to appropriate 3.5 just for one item alone, for example. So the logic here is really baffling me. I don't understand why we're willing to do this piecemeal. If we have concerns about the whole process, then we should address those concerns and come back and look at the whole thing. I sense this is really about certain items being less of a priority for some council members. And if that's the case, then we need to get into the whole process to settle that rather than do this piecemeal. So I'll be voting against the option to approve part of the proposal tonight.
Okay, looks like we have Councillor Ellsworth and then Councillor Hoban up next.
Yeah, thank you. If we do continue this, the information that would be helpful to me is to see a list of everything that's unfunded on our capital improvements list, or at least the top 20 things, and then understand from the administration, this one didn't make it because of X, and this one didn't make it because of Y. And I bet those are great reasons. I don't understand them yet. And so that's what I'm looking for, is more information. And I'm not looking for perfect geographic distribution. None of these projects are in District 3, but the citizen who raised the concerns with me lives in a different district, in a different part of town. And I just want to make sure that we're going through a justifiable process for our citizens.
Mr. Jones, did you want to jump in before Mr. Hoban's comment there?
Well, I don't know that I necessarily need to, I guess, as long as I've got the mic. I know Travis is dying to wait for me. Councillor Hoban is dying to wait for me, but I suppose just responding, and I can't speak obviously for any of the councillors or what they think or what they feel, but just responding to Mr. Handley's comment, I don't think it defies logic to say that if some council members are saying, I don't understand why some things not on this list were cut from this list, they couldn't also be saying, but some things so clearly belong on this list that no matter what else was cut, those things would always be on the list and we would be willing to approve those tonight.
Mr. Hoban.
Yeah, I think Mr. Handley's right. That I think there might be two things going on. So one is maybe a prioritization, concern with how things are prioritized, and then two would be process. If it is simply a prioritization thing and we all agree on certain items, then I would say we move forward, as Mr. Jones just stated, with certain things that we all agree on. If it truly is process related, then I guess, I guess then probably we should do what Mr. Handley's saying and hold off and discuss the process rather than specific items. But I would like to move forward with approving certain items, just to be clear. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, if there's no further comments, I don't see any hands up. So we are voting. The motion is to replace the implied motion with the, as shown on the screen, with the list of items that Mr. Harding mentioned in his motion. So I will now call for a vote on that substitute motion. Councillor, let's see, I guess I'll go from the bottom this time of my list. Councillor Harding?
Yes.
Councillor Handley?
No.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
No.
Councillor Shipley?
No.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. So if I'm remembering right, Mr. Jones, I think we've just amended the implied motion.
That's correct. So because it was a substitute motion for Councillor Ellsworth's motion, its passage now trumps her motion, but the implied motion still needs to be voted on, which is not to say that another substitute motion couldn't be made now that the other ones have been handled. But there's now no motions on the table except for the implied motion, which would now apply to the exhibit as amended.
Okay. So is there any further discussion before we call for a vote on the newly amended implied motion? Mr. Hoban.
Can I just get a summary of what we're voting on so I understand exactly what's happening? I think my intent was, and hopefully I did this right, my intent was to say the two items that were still in question to delay those and to look more into those, but pass the rest. So is that what we're doing? Is that's
what you're doing now. What happened previously was setting up the document to look the right way in order to do that. The vote now would be to approve the resolution as it appears on the screen, which leaves those two items out. And then Chair Sewell, as the council chair, has indicated that he would bring those two items back in 2 weeks.
And just to make sure we're clear, Mr. Mortensen, could you just review just real briefly what items are left in and what are taken out with this motion or with this amended draft?
Sure. Just 1 second. So Hannah, if you could just scroll up a little bit so I could see the numbers for the transfers down a little. There you go. Okay, so we would be proposing a transfer from the general fund of $7,879,285. $7,779,285 would be going to the Legacy CIP fund, and $100,000 to the Economic Development CIP fund. And then we would be appropriating $3.5 million out of the Legacy CIP fund for Fire Station 1, $400,000 in the Legacy CIP fund for airport terminal changes, and $100,000 for the West Side grocery retailer incentives. And that would be, and $10,000 in the mayor's office of the general fund for earlier projects.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? All right, well, I'll call for a vote on the newly amended implied motion, and I'll flip back to going in the other order this time. Councillor Shipley?
No.
Councillor Ellsworth?
No.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Handley?
No.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. Okay, thank you. Well, I don't recall a time where we've had this much fun with so many split votes going both ways. So that was kind of an interesting one. Anyway, let's move on. Let's go on to item number 4, a resolution accepting or denying an annexation petition for further consideration for approximately 6.4 acres of property near 1860 South. And this one will be presented by Robert Mills. And if any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, they're encouraged to call in or sign in now.
Thank you, Chair Sewell. Just for the benefit, go ahead.
Mr. Mills, I apologize. I just wanted to mention, if anybody tuned in for item number 3, that was continued because a part of it needed to be sent to the Planning Commission, so we'll not be having a public hearing on that item tonight. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
No problem at all. So just for the benefit of the council members and the public, this resolution and this annexation was actually already discussed previously by the council, and the council had originally intended to allow the annexation, but due to some technical errors, not getting it into the Lieutenant Governor's office in time, getting it to our office in time, we need to go through this process again. So just to kind of remind everybody, we have a few slides. Hannah, can you go to the next one for me? So this East Bay storage annexation, this is the location of the proposed site. What you see outlined in white as the project location is currently not within the boundaries of Provo City. That's just north of 1860 South / Lakeview Parkway and very close to the intersection of State Street. Can you go to the next slide, Hannah? Thank you. This is our annexation policy map. Everything that you see in purple on this map is in the general plan as part of our annexation policy it's already been determined that this area of Utah County would come into Provo City at some point in the future. So the area that kind of bumps up just north of Lakeview Parkway there is the area that's in question. So it is within our annexation policy plan. Next slide. Thank you. This is the annexation plat that the applicant has submitted. It's a piece of property just over 6.4 acres and includes the extension of Colorado Avenue and Bullock Lane, excuse me. And final slide, please. And the purpose of this annexation is to allow the construction of a storage unit facility on the site. You can see that it would consist of individual storage units as well as a large parking area for RVs, trailers, those types of things. So that is the applicant's proposed annexation, and before you tonight is a resolution to either accept the annexation for processing or to deny this. And I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Mills? Mr. Jones.
Mr. Mills said this, but I just wanted to make clear that the council, even though you've done this before, understands that what you're doing tonight is not actually annexing the property. You are accepting the petition for further consideration or denying it. By denying it, you kill it right now and nothing else will even happen to consider it. By accepting it, it just starts the process for all of the other steps that would need to be done for you to ultimately decide later whether to annex the property or not. And the one thing that you need to know, as far as if anybody has questions or things, is there's a statutory time limit of only 14 days after receipt that you must deny it or it's deemed to be accepted. So if you take no action tonight, it'll automatically be deemed to have been accepted.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that we have Mr. Jones here to explain that.
We are too. Not seeing any initial questions, so let's move on to public comment and then we'll bring it back for any further discussion. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? You can either come in over Zoom or you can dial the number shown on the screen and press *9 followed by *6 if you want to comment. Karen, let me know when you feel like we've waited sufficient. amount of time?
I think we're good. Yeah, we have people on the line, but I believe they're here for another item.
Okay, we'll close public comment then. Let's see, I guess I forgot to ask if there's a neighborhood chair representing this area that had any comments on this. Not seeing one.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone representing East Bay.
Okay. All
And
right, then we'll
staff
bring it.
hasn't received any comments either, Chair.
Thank you. From the neighborhood chair, or not received any comments from anyone?
Period.
Period. Okay. All right. We'll bring it back to the council for any discussion. Councilor Ellsworth.
I think this is great. I'm glad that we're filling in some of these pieces. So I'm excited that this is advancing.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, then we'll call for a vote on the implied motion.
Just a point of correction, there is no implied motion since this could go either way. There first needs to be a motion to, or there needs to be a motion to vote to approve or deny. This one's a little more specific.
I was not paying attention. Thank you for catching that. So we'll look for a motion either to approve or deny. Looks like Councilor Ellsworth's hands up first.
I move that we approve this annexation proposal.
I'll second that.
Let's call it accept the petition.
Thank you. I move that we accept the petition for annexation.
Second.
And a second from Mr. Fillmore. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Councilor Harding?
Yes.
Councilor Handley?
Yes.
Councilor Hoban?
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councilor Shipley?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. All right, we'll move on to item number 5, which is an implied motion on an ordinance bending zone map classification of about 13 acres near 1400 West, 890 South from agricultural A1.1 to residential agricultural. If any members of the public would like to give a comment for this item, they're encouraged to call in or sign in now to be ready. But we will first have, before public comment, we'll first have this item presented by Aaron Ardmore.
Hey, thank you, Council. So the request will actually be to change the zone from A 1.1 to RA without the accessory apartment overlay attached to the zone request. Spoke with the applicant earlier in the day, and being that there's only one current home within this 13 acres, it does not qualify for the accessory apartment overlay, unfortunately. So they are going to move forward with the RA request alone and kind of wait on the ability to have accessory apartments. So if we can go to the slides, I don't know who's controlling it. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so here's the area we're talking about. It is the Steele family property in between the kind of two phases of the Kilshaw Lane subdivision. Century Homes is building. The drive 980, I believe it is, or 890 South, will front the property that is proposed to be developed. Go on to the next slide. Here we have the general plan map up. You can see that the general plan in this area is residential. And in addition to that, this proposed zoning and development plan would meet the goals and policies of the Southwest Future Land Use Map. It would bring in half-acre lots to mix in with the adjacent R110 lots. So it provides a nice variety for this area of the city. Next slide. I was thinking about it. So the next slide is just going to show you that the zone request is coming because there's a desire to only subdivide one lot at this time. So you can see that lot in the red rectangle, just in the corner of against the Kilshaw Lane phase 2. But you can also see that the vicinity plan shows the continuation of half-acre lots and a gridded street pattern going through this area, which staff and Planning Commission is very much in favor of, and we would hope that this concept does continue. So we are recommending approval, as did the Planning Commission, on this zone change request. And if you have any questions for me, I'm available. I believe the applicant should be on the line as well.
The applicant is on the line, as well as the neighborhood chair. So Chair Sewell, when you are ready to call on them, I will unmute them.
Okay, let's see if there's any questions for Mr. Ardmore, and then we'll ask the applicant if he has anything he would like to say, and then we'll go to the neighborhood chair after that. Councilor Ellsworth.
Sorry. This is part of a family-owned parcel that's building out piece at a time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Ardmore? All right. Does the applicant have anything he would like to say?
Go ahead, Mr. Steele. He's unmuted, but I'm not hearing him yet.
But his hand's not raised. There he goes. Okay. Mr. Steele, do you have a comment?
Let me try muting and unmuting again. Maybe that'll reset things.
Okay.
Never know. Mr. Steele, go ahead.
I noticed there is a Frost Steele with a hand up.
I'll go ahead and let him talk and see if that works better.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that confusion. Because it is a family plot, there are several of us online, and I'm not sure what happened to Zach, who is the applicant by name, but we just wanted to confirm what Aaron had said. We are doing this as a family, building it out one lot at a time as children within our family get ready to build a home. We were hoping for the accessory apartment overlay, and that went through actually Planning Commission and staff and all the way up to this point. But I guess there was one paragraph in the zoning code that didn't allow us to do that. So I guess we're waiting until things change or something else happens that would allow us to do that. I'm open for questions too, if any of you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Steele. And then do we know if Zach Steele is still trying to make a comment, or?
I left it open that entire time and didn't see anything coming through, so it must be a technical issue.
Okay.
But we do have the neighborhood chair on.
All right, let's move on to Brian Taylor, the Sunset Neighborhood Chair. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hey, we just wanted to make sure that you knew that we held a neighborhood meeting with those that had in attendance. There was no objection to this wonderful product that the Steele family has set forth to rezone to the size of lots that has been long dreamed of having on the interior portion of this large block. We're very grateful for their efforts and for them to bring forth this type of product to the Sunset neighborhood. We look forward to wonderful homes going on those half-acre lots and maintaining a feel of openness on the west side. We're very grateful for their efforts. We are a little disappointed that we just heard about the accessory overlay not being available, but I understand there's a HB bill being presented at the state level right now. So that's, I guess, not open for debate right now. I'm very grateful as a neighborhood chair to see this property being developed and being expanded. And may we now look back a little bit on the Kelshaw Lane development and the city council's requirement to put in 2 egresses out of that neighborhood. Thank you. That made this whole Steele development possible. Because of the 2 egresses out of the Kelshaw development, it made it possible that the Steele development now can be put in without additional infrastructure and requirements for them to expand their lots. That only goes to the foresight of the city council to require that from the last time that we went through with the Kelshaw Lane development. So thank you very much. And we're very excited to see the Steele's property move forward.
Thank you, Brian. And thank you for reminding us about the connection to that prior project. I see that Zach Steele has a different entry on there with a hand up. Is he available to comment or wanting to comment?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize for that. You'd think that, a year later I'd figure it out by now. All I wanted to say was that I am the applicant that is building down in this location, and I'm quite excited for the opportunity to build on that lot and to be a member of Provo, and so but I have no comment beyond that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's open this up for public comment then. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item?
Those of you participating on the computer, just click on the raise hand feature and that will let us know. It's looking like this group may be for the next item, so feel free to close public comments.
All right, I think so. All right, we'll close this item for public comment then and bring it back for any council discussion. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I'm excited about this project as well. I was a little bit nervous about or concerned about the request for the A overlay. I want to reiterate my desire to consider expanding accessory apartments across the city, and so I'm looking forward to that discussion if the state does not force that on us anyway. But until those requirements change, I think we need to follow them. So I'm grateful that the applicant has withdrawn that aspect of the proposal, and so I'm excited to vote in favor of this ordinance.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Jones.
So I just wanted to clarify based on those comments so that everybody's clear. Because what's changed has been based on the law and what's actually allowed at this time, the applicant's actual application, even though usually we require a motion to change something that went into your packets on Thursday, in this case, it's actually the applicant's change. So the implied motion actually applies to a new version of the exhibit, and Hannah can put that up on the screen at the appropriate time. But the implied motion applies to the exhibit that does not mention the A overlay. So that you don't need a motion to make that happen.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Jones. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the implied motion. Councillor Shipley?
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councillor Hoban?
Yes.
Councillor Handley?
Yes.
Councillor Harding?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. We'll now move on to item number 6, which is an implied motion on an ordinance amending Provo City Code to remove the Design Review Committee requirement for the Critical Hillside Overlay Zone. If any members of the public would like to comment for this item, we encourage you to call in or sign in to Zoom now. This item will be presented by Brandon Larson.
Thank you very much, staff, council. I am Brandon Larson, the Development Services staff. This is I think a pretty straightforward proposal. We had back in June of 2020, of course, the Critical Hillside Overlay Zone was approved. And along with that requirement, there was a requirement, along with that chapter of requirements, there was a design review for any residential or non-residential development, as well as any main building of a parcel. Any developments or main buildings had to go to design review. And so as we started processing applications, we recently processed an application for a subdivision in that Critical Hillside Overlay Zone, and it was just it was a development of one family lots, and we realized, oh, this requirement seems a little overboard, because there's no landscaping or architecture for the Design Review Committee to look at, to review. So when you consider that, and then also to look at the power and duties of the Design Review Committee, the powers and duties in Chapter 1404A say the design reviews, the DRC reviews and makes design recommendations for buildings and uses subject to project plan approval and design review. So a development of single family lots, that's not going to require a project plan, but a condo application, like we're going to see later in the meeting here, that is something that would require project plan approval and would need to go to the DRC. So we looked at that, looked at the design criteria there's a chapter or a section of a chapter in Title 14 of the City Code that gives guidelines for the design review committee to evaluate an application. And as we looked through those criteria, we found that, that those criteria only apply to certain certain types of applications, like those that required project plan approval. So as we went through this, we said, oh, it'd be good to remove that requirement for residential developments, but then looking closer at the requirements and also knowing that there was another chapter in the city code already that spelled out when an application should go to design review. Staff felt that it might be wise to just get rid of the requirement entirely in the Critical Hillside overlay zone because it appeared to be redundant. And so staff recommends to the city council that they adopt the proposed text amendment to eliminate the design review requirements in the Critical Hillside overlay zone, with the understanding that there already are requirements in the city code that would require anything with that needs project plan to go to the design review committee for their recommendations. So with that, I'll ask if you have any questions and leave it at that.
Councilor Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. Since this hasn't come to a work meeting before, I might have a few more questions than normal. I'm just trying to understand this. So as an example of a project that you started following the ordinance on, it was a development of single-family detached homes. Is that
yeah? I'm sorry. Yeah, it was. It would be a development of single-family lots. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be flagged under the first part of the lined out number 3, because it was a proposal for residential developments in the CH zone. I was just reading that the second part where it talks about except for one family detached dwelling. So I thought that this was already carved out for your example, but I guess that is for individual proposals rather than a residential development.
Yeah, we're talking about like an actual like a plat coming in. Plats weren't exempted, and that's where we ran into problems. So we'd already exempted out, but single family, basically a home when it came in at the building permit stage. So that was already exempt. We were just trying to address residential subdivisions when they came through.
In this Critical Hillside overlay zone, this is fairly new, right? In just the last few months. Okay.
Yeah, it was approved in June of 2020.
June. Time flies. And then I'm just curious if this issue was brought up to the Hillside, the Foothills Protection Committee, the committee that originally proposed this.
We notified Councilor Handley, who's on that committee.
Okay. I'd love to hear Councilor Handley's take on this, and we can do that later in the discussion. But thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Any other questions for Mr. Larson? All right, thank you. Let's open this up for public comment then.
If you wish to make a comment on this item, please indicate by pressing *9 if you're calling in, or using the raise hand feature if you're connecting by computer. I don't believe we have anyone interested in commenting at this time.
Thank you, Karen. Let's bring it back to the council. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Mr. Handley.
Thank you, Chair Sewell and Brandon. Thank you. Am I So did you bring this up with just me alone? Was I negligent in not bringing this up with the whole committee?
We did not bring it up with the whole committee. We maybe I should have brought it up as well, but I felt, since I brought it up with you, that it felt that would.
Yeah.
I mistakenly thought that was sufficient.
No, it's okay. I probably should have double checked with Mr. Fillmore, and I don't remember if it was when Mr. Sewell was still on the committee or Councilor Ellsworth had joined. I didn't see it as a big issue. You explained it to me pretty satisfactorily, and I think I had just said, yeah, we'll be happy to address that as a council. So I think that was what my thinking was at the time. So I don't have any major reservations with this. I think I understood this as something that needed to be done for the reasons you've explained. So I don't know if that's satisfactory to the rest of the council, but that's I didn't really see any major red flags.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I watched the planning commission meeting where this was addressed, and what I understood, and the development services department will correct me if I'm wrong, but this is less of us streamlining and more of us correcting, because a project that has no architectural requirements or landscaping requirements doesn't need to go to the design review committee.
Yeah, I think that's true. After looking at the powers and duties of the design review committee, I think you could say it's a correction.
Is there any further council discussion on this item? Does any council member desire to consider this item again at the next council meeting? If not, then I'll go ahead and call for a vote on the implied motion. Councilor Shipley?
Yes.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Yes.
Councilor Fillmore?
Yes.
Councilor Hoban?
Yes.
Councilor Hanley?
Yes.
Councilor Harding?
Yes.
And I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. Which brings us to item number 7, which is an implied motion on an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 8.5 acres, generally located at 1724 South State Street, from a variety of zones to the MDR zone. If any members of the public would like to comment for this item, we encourage you to call in or sign in now. And this item will be also presented by Brendan Larson.
Thank you. If you could go to let's start with the third slide.
Is this the slide you want, or do you want the next one, third after the title slide?
I actually don't. There we go. Maybe okay. Sorry. Yes, that works just fine. Thank you. So again, I'll try to go through a little quicker. I mean, you've already seen this, and I'll just try to refresh your memory on some things. So we've got a piece of property at 1724 South, 8.5 acres. There's a number of parcels that comprise this application, and there's multiple zones related to these multiple parcels have multiples that they have zones, various zones. So the applicant is proposing a 204 unit, a 204 residential unit development in the MDR zone. This would be townhomes. There'd be 3-bedroom townhomes, one-bedroom units, 81 bedroom units, 30 townhomes, and 64 two-bedroom units. And you'd have and I'll say this, in the MDR zone, you can have up to 30 units per acre, and so the proposed development certainly is lower than that 30 unit per acre threshold. 45-foot max for buildings. If you could go to the next slide, why don't you go to 2 more slides down? And maybe try one more. I'll say briefly before we get to the site plan, this property is in the, this property meets the general plan, is in harmony with the general plan, as it is also in harmony with the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. As you can see on the Southeast Neighborhood Plan future land use map there, they're calling for MDR on this property. That's what the proposal is. If you go to the site plan, or to the next slide, which I believe is the site plan. Yes. So you can see multiple buildings. The majority of the apartments are on the north. Well, all of the apartment or the 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom units would be on the north end of the property. These, and I'm told, just as kind of a side note, roughly 40 to 50% of these units would be condominiums, so they'd be owner-occupied units, which I think is a good thing. Will help bring some stability to this part of the Spring Creek neighborhood. Down on the south end and on kind of the southern end of the northern portion, and on the southern, very southern parcel, those are your townhome buildings. There will be, these buildings are 4 stories. 3 stories would be, the townhome would be on the first 3 floors, and then you'd have a studio apartment, studio unit on the 4th floor. Parking on this proposed development is, they've done a good job with that. They're not asking for any reduction. They have met the parking requirement, or at least that's they're proposing a sufficient amount of parking. One other thing, if you can look in the middle of their development on the north parcel, right in the middle, they've got a nice amenity area that it again is central to the development, and I would say that they have exceeded the requirement for amenity space 140%. They meet it at 140%, so they've done a good job with that. There's a small road dedication up on the northwest corner of the proposed development, Spring Creek Drive. And then up on the north, you have 1640 South. There, I spoke with Public Works today to confirm with them. There, it appears that if this proposed rezone is adopted and they go to the next stage, which would be project plan, they would, of course, make some road improvements, and I am told that they would be responsible for fixing about half the roads. So there would be improvements to 1640 South, which I think would be helpful, might bring some traffic away from 1724 South and over onto 1640 South. As far as elevations, could you go down a few slides to show some of the elevations of the buildings? Maybe 1 or 2 more where we actually get some artistic renderings. Yeah, there we go. So I think, well, I'll just point out this building here. This is one of the apartment buildings, but the townhome buildings have similar materials. You've got cement board and cement board stone and I think just mainly cement board and stone materials. They've gone through, and again, all of these buildings are four stories. So, and they do not exceed the 45-foot height requirement in the MDR zone. They've gone through CRC approval. They've gone through review by CRC, Public Works, Fire Marshal, and Energy. It satisfied all of the requirements for this stage of the development process. Just point out a couple of quick things relative to some of the last time I presented. I gave you some demographic information, and I'm not going to get into that as much tonight, but I just point out that the Spring Creek neighborhood is a diverse neighborhood. It has a mix of townhomes and apartments and some single family detached, even some manufactured homes. This proposal would, of 200 units, would really create an even more diverse housing stock of the Spring Creek neighborhood. That, in concert with the other 540 some odd units that have been approved along South State in the last 2 years, roughly. So you've got quite a bit of, you've got a diverse housing stock. I think this proposal does help to, I think it offers a diversity of housing types with studio apartments and townhomes and 1 and 2 bedroom units. We feel like this is a good application. We feel like it's a great addition to the Spring Creek neighborhood. It's been pointed out that we've got a new medical school coming in. Those medical students need somewhere to live. This might be a great place for those medical students to live. We've pointed out that the number of these units will be owner-occupied, three bedroom units. This could help to bring some stability to this neighborhood. Certainly, I think an attractive. The buildings are attractive, and I think they would be an attractive addition to South State. And you consider that with the fact that there are design corridor standards that apply to this to South State, with its trees and buildings fronting on the state street and the other landscape and architectural requirements of the design corridor. I think you're going to have an attractive product and something that will benefit the community. And just a couple of other points. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this zone change 8-1. The Planning Commission approved the concept plan 8-0 with 1 abstaining. Again, this proposal is in harmony with the general plan and Southeast Area Plan. The neighborhood has shown quite a bit of support for this proposal. You received a letter from Mrs. Mary Miller, who was pretty complimentary of the proposal and noted that the applicant had been to a couple of neighborhood meetings and received quite a bit of support there. Staff believes that this development helps potentially to create additional traffic volumes on 1640 South to help warn a traffic light at the intersection of 1640 South and State Street, or it could help to create that need, or at least take us further down that road. I think that's about it. I guess from the work meeting today, pharmacies are allowed in the SC1 zone just south of here. And I also would say that another question that came up was about the townhomes. The townhomes will will be sold with the ground underneath it, and there'll be a stairwell to go up to the studio apartments. So they do function as a townhome. And staff is supportive of this proposal and feels like it's a good benefit. And we feel like I would point out that the applicant has worked really well with staff. When they brought this proposal first, staff had some reservations with it. We gave them a lot of feedback, and they came back and have addressed every concern we've had. And again, we feel like this is a great thing for this area. And with that, I recommend that you recommend approval of the rezone. And if you have any, I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I don't understand the housing diversity that you mentioned, because right now there's 500 plus units that are approved. I think the majority, if not all of those, are zoned MDR. To me, this adds no housing diversity. This is just more of the same, a lot of condos. You did some charts, right? Some pie graphs that showed the housing diversity in Spring Creek, and it was like 70 or 80% of the approved housing was multifamily condos. Is that right?
No, if you could put that chart back up, Hannah. I do think that it does add a more diverse housing stock. You're getting more apartments, more townhomes. Yes, I realize we're getting more apartments and townhomes, but you're also getting more townhome. I think they're a little higher end townhomes compared to what we've seen in the past. They're certainly unique compared to what's been approved already. I don't know if that pie.
Are these the charts that have incorporated the approved projects?
No, could the next slide. Yes, so you can see with this proposal, you're going to, I think you are diversifying. You've gone from 46 to, you've got quite a bit of diversity already in this neighborhood. And I think that any one type of housing stock is diminishing in numbers. So I think it is diversifying. Yes, it is adding more condos and townhomes, but again, I think that the development itself actually is diverse with its studio apartments and townhomes and different types of units. So I feel like it is adding diversity to the area. It's not giving you the detached houses that I know many people are desirous to see detached houses. This just probably is not the area for detached housing, but I think it's suitable housing for the area.
Any other questions for Mr. Larson? Do we have a representative for the applicant here that would like to speak?
I believe we do, yeah. We have David Gardner.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. I'm the consulting planner on this project. And Brandon brought up several issues that I was going to state. I don't think I need to go over those. So, but let me just give you a quick overview. When we take on a project, and it's a rezoning request, the first thing we do is check the master plan. Then we sit down with the staff to see what kind of issues that are particular for that property. And then we go meet with a neighborhood chairman, usually have some neighborhood input. Once we've done that, then you sit down and you hammer out a site plan, and you have to work with the staff and their unreasonable requests, and you try to do it gracefully. Once you've got a plan that the staff can support, we take it to the planning commission, and then we end up here. So in that process of working through with the staff, the type of issues that they wanted to see on this project were different than the ones that they brought up, than ones that had been approved by the city before. They didn't want us to request any parking waivers. They didn't want us to scrimp on the open space. They wanted us to be more, to exceed the requirement. They wanted us at the kind of almost the breaking point. They wanted us to clear out 2 blighted areas and buy 3 or 4 small parcels of property to clean up that whole area. And that, I have to say, if I were on the other side of the table, I would have asked for the same thing. So, in this process, our biggest concern was the school and traffic issues that conflict with the school, and children's safety is important to us. So we have been trying to work out issues with the Treeside Charter School, but we haven't been able to really work out the issues that we have, primarily because the school has taken the position that they have exclusive use of the driveway coming in on 1730, whatever that address is, that's their driveway and no one else has the right to use that. The person we're buying the property from disagrees with that, and that may end up having to, well, it probably will have to go to court to decide. So, but one of the issues we felt was the way to address that traffic issue was to have us queue up the parents on 1640 rather than on 1730 on the driveway that the school feels like is theirs alone. By doing that, we can more than double the queuing lineup for parents to pick up their kids. And if we do that, the traffic engineer indicates, and we haven't finished a study on this because of the things that are still floating around, we've got to get some direction before we can finish traffic study. But if we were able to channel most of the traffic onto 1640, it appears that we can meet 3 of the 4 warrant criteria. And that means that this being a state road, we could get a traffic signal at 1640. That would be a big help to all parties, in our opinion. So I won't go into all the other stuff I was going to say. It was just mostly patting ourselves on the back. But there seems to be, at this point, an idea that maybe the master plan should be changed. And I understand that even though it's less than 4 years old, that this council may want to make some changes on that, and that's fine. We would like to be allowed to finish our project before you change, before you decide to change the master plan. That's all I have, although I know that there's parents that are calling in, and I would like a chance to comment after. But other than that, if I can answer any questions. Yeah, and Craig Carlisle's here to kind of address some of the issues that I've missed. Would that be appropriate for him to speak now, or?
I think that's fine. So he's representing you as the developer, essentially, right?
Right.
Yeah. Craig, are you? Oh, you're in the room.
I am. Thank you. So I'm acquainted with many of you, and some of you I don't know, and I don't know who's on the call. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Craig Carlisle. I am a resident of Provo. Been here a long time, but I'm a lawyer with law firm of Ray, Quinney, and Nebaker. Have been for a number of years, and do primarily commercial litigation and some land use work. And I was brought into this project a week or so ago, really to take a first look at this access issue that is in some dispute with the school and the developer. And so I've gone back and I've kind of looked at some of the historical documents to try to figure out exactly what the dispute is and whether there really is a dispute. And I'm not sure what's in your packet, and so if I'm duplicating something or repeating it that you already know, I apologize. But I go back to a letter that was received from Dina Lundgren, who was one of the primary founders of this school back when it was Ivy Academy, I believe was the name of it. And in her letter, she says that it was discussed and agreed that as further development continued, a new entrance to the property would be developed from 1640 South Street, which would provide additional circulation and benefit the school's traffic plan. And Dave has kind of talked about that, and you're familiar with that. She goes on and says, I insisted that there be a cross parking easement and a cross ingress egress easement covering the property the school is on, and the other property adjacent to the school owned by Zion's M13, who's the developer. And the easement was to benefit both properties. I listened to a little bit of the work session on Mr. Jones had indicated that he'd seen a document about a cross easement. I know that that's in dispute. It is something that was filed by the developer, consistent with what Dina Lundgren's understanding was at the time when this school was first built. And she concluded that letter saying, I worked to ensure the school would benefit from a building that it could not afford on its own while allowing other responsible parties access to offset costs, which is really what they've done, or tried to do at least. And then I went back and I looked at the Planning Commission's report of action when Treeside, that building was built in 2017. And as one of the approvals, it says future development of the site is subject to a new plat and applicable rezoning, which is we're talking about here, but it was anticipated that there was going to be future development, even at that stage. So then I also went and looked at the traffic study that was done on behalf of the school in 2017 to look at what was being discussed there. And there was some clear references that there would be adjacent developments that would be going in that would affect some of the queuing or the stacking, depending how it's the same thing. It's how people lining up to go to school or to drop their children off or to pick them up. It was anticipated that there would have to be some accommodations on both sides in that regard. And then it also pointed out that the school would have to do some things to mitigate some of the problems that they're now addressing in one of the emails that I saw late today, which is to maybe alternate or stagger the starting times for the different grades so that you didn't have all of the students coming at the same time. But I think that what all of that points out to is that there was always an anticipation that there was going to be future development, that there would have to be cross access with the school and the other developments that were going in, and that frankly that those developments would enhance and make the access to the school even more safe. As Dave just explained, you come in off of 1640, you get more room to stack. The reality is right now the school's trespassing. They come in and they drive over on the property to the north and they stack on that property up there, and then they turn around and come back down to pick up their kids or to drop them off. That issue would go away because that's the road that would then join into 1640. Then the next thing I looked at was, and I'll give you a little background here that you may not know, but the classroom building was built first, and there was an initial lease then. And as Dina Lundgren talks about, The legal description that was used for that lease was over-inclusive. It included more than what the school really was leasing. So there was an amendment to that lease to reduce that area to the square footage that they were actually leasing. And then they entered into negotiations with the developer to build what we call a gymnasium building to the south. So there's two buildings there. And the gymnasium building was built with the idea that there would be other uses of that building besides the school using it as a gym. And there were, and so then they entered into the gymnasium lease, and the lease itself specifies in 3 different places that the use of these roads and this area is non-exclusive. It's found in the annual fixed rent section in the definitions, where it says means the annual fixed rent payable hereunder for the non-exclusive right to occupy and use the premises. It's found in the definition of premises, and it says specifically non-exclusive right. And then it's found later on about subletting. And so the school signed that lease. They've entered into, or they've taken possession of the gymnasium. So they've accepted the terms of that lease. And so from my perspective, that there isn't a question about the use of those roads. And so then it gets into the idea, well, okay, so how are we going to plan for the best use of the property for the benefit of everybody in terms of traffic and whatnot? And I think that Dave has already addressed that. And a lot of the issues, at least in my experience,
Mr. Carlisle?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to jump in, but we've only got a limited amount of time tonight to discuss this, and we're not really trying to determine who is right and who's wrong in that particular dispute over the access. So I wonder if you could just kind of briefly finish your summary of what you think is the most important issues here. I mean, I know this is important, but we're not the party that's going to ultimately decide that on the access.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and Mr. Fillmore will sympathize with. I understand that you think lawyers are maybe too verbose, and maybe I am tonight. And I understand what Mr. Jones said in the work session, which is you are not going to decide the issue, and we understand that. But it is something that you do consider, and you may consider in weighing the pros and the cons of whether you do approve this. And so the important point is that it is in dispute. It looks pretty clear to me where that dispute's going to end up, but I'm not the judge. And we just don't want you to be overly concerned with that, because those issues will be decided at the project plan approval process. It doesn't need to be decided today. That's the bottom line of that discussion. The other part of the discussion that I'm a little concerned about and has come up periodically is whether this should be rezoned to commercial. And the only thing I would say on that is that, there's not been any commercial development down there in 20 years. It's not foreseeable in the future. That if approval or denial of this particular project is depending on whether it's going to be zoned commercial, in essence, you've got a temporary taking or a moratorium on this property until you get enough house rooftops in there to warrant any kind of commercial development. That concerns me. But I appreciate your time, and if you had questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Appreciate that. All right. Let's go on. Let's open this item up for public comment. I believe we do have a number of people who are waiting to comment. Mr. Larson already sort of summarized the neighborhood chair's input earlier. She's not here tonight, so we'll go with that. So Karen, go ahead and
we'll get started with the public comment. So several people have already indicated they wish to speak, but for those who aren't aware, if you're calling in by phone and you wish to make a comment, you can press *9 and it will raise your hand on our screen. If you're on the computer, there's a little place for you to click on raise hand, and that will do the same thing for us. So we will start with the caller whose number ends in 9520. You'll be prompted to press *6 to unmute your phone. Sounds like you've got that. Please state your name and city of residence, and then you will have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, this is Erin Preston, the attorney for Treeside Charter School. I have represented Treeside in litigation against the landowners and adjacently the developers of this for nearly 2 years. I've never heard of Craig Carlisle. I have never heard the arguments he has made. I've never heard the quotes that he's got. And this is very frustrating that he is now presenting this information after nearly 2 years of discovery, where we have thousands and thousands and thousands of documents saying otherwise. I would just ask you to set his arguments aside for right now. Let me go to the issues currently at hand, which should be what you're considering, and I hope you are. When you heard this presentation on December 15th, you very wisely directed the Remington Commons group go back and work with Treeside to come up with a safer plan, work together on that. Since then, we have expended a lot of time and effort trying to work with Don Mullen and the Remington Commons team to come up with a safer solution that would work for both the developers and the schools. We've spent easily over 100 hours exchanging emails, exchanging relevant information, and had meetings to discuss the concerns and work together to come up with options. In our last meeting, Treeside believed we had come away with a plan that would work for both Remington and the school. We thought Mr. Mullen and Remington was going to proceed with the changes we discussed, but clearly they have not done so, and in the last comments, I now realize what their position is. It's unfortunate that we're learning right now. It kind of flies in the face of us having a good faith negotiation this whole time. This plan is the same plan they presented on December 15th. It doesn't do what we had hoped would happen, which is create additional arteries for access. We do still argue that the 1724 South State Street belongs to Treeside. The reason we argue that is because it was required of Provo Planning for us to go in there. It was required of UDOT for that to be a private entry. That's what we had to get it to be able to speak. We would ask that 1640 be expanded, a light put in, a secondary access be put in on State Street, and that traffic not go through 1740. We would ask for a traffic study. And as this is currently the original and still unsafe plan, we would ask that this plan be denied or at least continued, and that the remaining issues go to litigation as they are clearly being argued here as if they're in litigation.
Thank you.
Okay, the next to comment is Nadine Sunbloom. Go ahead and unmute Nadine. Restate your name and city of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Nadine Sunbloom from City of Provo. I'm also a parent. I have 3 students that attend Treeside Charter. And from what I've been following, I'm seeing that the driveway that we use to pick up our children and drop them off, it's going to be shared with this housing. And I want to say that I like the proposed development. I don't think that there's any problem with it. But when we go to drop off and pick up our students, especially at pickup time, we completely block off that driveway for sometimes half an hour at a time. And it just doesn't seem, safety is an issue for sure, but also convenience. I wouldn't want to move into housing where I'm not going to be able to get to my house from 3:15 to 3:45 every weekday afternoon. I don't know. It just seems like there's multiple reasons why there needs to be a dedicated access for the school and separate access for the housing. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Sunbloom. We will move on to, and I need to lower some hands so I don't lose track of who's already commented. Okay, the next is BJ Taylor. Can you state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Sure, I'm BJ Taylor. I'm from Salem, Utah, but I'm on the school board for Treeside Charter School. Like the previous caller said, most of us are actually really excited about the development. We are just really kind of concerned about the traffic and the way that they want to direct the traffic through the same area where kids are getting in and out of cars. And this is at right at rush hour. You know that there are going to be people who are late to work or late to class and who are anxious, like really anxious to try not to be late, and possibly weaving through cars and students and to get there. And it just seems like a bad setup. It seems like something is bound to go wrong. And it seems like something that we should be able to foresee and say, no, we can do better than this. Now, I recognize that the developer has his concerns, and certainly he wants to make a profit of this. But when it comes down to, you know, protecting our kids, I feel like there are some things that we just need to prioritize. And yes, I mean, we want the developer to have, you know, the opportunity to make a good business transaction here. We don't want to slow him down. We don't want to financially hurt him. We really do want this project to succeed, but not at the risk of our students. And as a reminder, this is a charter school. This is not a public school with buses where majority of kids get picked up and dropped off with buses. We've got every student coming in the car, and cars are lined up for quite a ways, and kids are everywhere as a whole family of kids gets out. He kind of mentioned the idea that maybe we could stagger like who comes at what time, but that doesn't work because of families. We have kids that are in grades 6 through kindergarten, sometimes in the same family. Are they going to drop off early or late, or what are they supposed to do? It's just not a very practical idea. Anyway, thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Next, we have Dave Connect. Go ahead and unmute yourself, state your name and city of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to comment.
Yes, Dave Connect, Provo City. And I just wanted to point out, like Dave Sewell said, the discussion here about the traffic and the access and easement is not necessarily something that is for tonight. It's for the Planning Commission and staff to work out later. If you approve this tonight, I believe that it can maybe still fail if they can't work those things out, but they will be worked out, and any of the legal issues will be clarified. And so I would recommend approval of this tonight. I really like the process it's gone through, working closely with the city. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked perfectly with the school, but I believe in the long run that'll be worked out also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connect. So next we have caller with the last 4 digits, 8759. You should be getting a prompt to press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead and state your name and city of residence, and you will have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, so my name is Alyssa Shee, and I'm actually a resident of South Provo, and I've been in this neighborhood for a couple years, and just wanted to call in and state my support for this project. Like I said, I'm a young professional. I've been looking to buy housing, but I'm getting priced out of the housing market, and would, again, love to stay here in Provo, but feel like there's really just a lack of available housing, and I'm being forced to look in other areas. So I'm not looking for anything fancy or necessarily a place with a yard, but love the location, would love to stay here, and wanted to call in and state my support for this project and hope that Provo will go through with the long-term plan with this project. I also think it would be a great addition to this neighborhood, and it's a beautiful layout. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have caller with last 4 digits, 9745. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute your phone. State your name, city of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, my name is Mary Howell. I am a resident of South Provo as well. I also have students who attended Treeside. I made several comments about safety concerns, I believe at the last meeting that this was heard at. In addition to those comments, which obviously I would consider not being addressed, as of yet. I think that we have to take into account that we already have, over 500 units that have been approved on the west side of State Street. We already have huge class sizes at all of the local schools, and Treeside is one of the few that doesn't have massive class sizes. We only have 2 middle schools for all of Provo. And so with the addition of all of these students and then adding all of these 204 units, where are these students supposed to go to school at? My proposal would be to not make this residential, but could we make this, educational? Could we make this commercial? I was here when Dina was going through all of these changes. And originally, this was supposed to be a preschool, and then the businesses that were supposed to support a preschool, such as a daycare, businesses that were supposed to support the elementary school, like a dance studio, things like that, that would not only bring customers to South Provo and to East Bay, but also, could serve as, a support for working parents to say, okay, walk from school to, daycare right over here. That was supposed to be the original intent of this agreement. And so when I look and I see these 204 additional units, and I know that if my kid was in kindergarten at Spring Creek, he would have 30 kids in his class. Treeside offers us not that many, but once again, we have these safety concerns, and are parents still going to want to go to Treeside if we have these safety concerns, which would then put an additional burden on Provo School District. So I think that we really maybe have to stop and look and say, what is the best use for this property? And in my opinion, the best use for this property would be to expand our access to education or commercial support for parents with an easy access from the freeway. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. And we have a couple other people who haven't commented yet. If you are still wishing to make a comment, please press star 9. Oh, we've got one. Jennifer Lloyd, if you want to go ahead and unmute your computer and go ahead and state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 2 minutes to comment.
Hello, good evening, and thank you. I'm Jennifer Lloyd Ammett. I live here in Southeast Provo, and I've done so for the last 13 years. I have 2 children who are enrolled at Treeside, and my basic request is that you please take in consideration the attorney's remarks this evening and to deny the Remington's Commons proposal as proposed this evening. I feel that there is a solution that can yet be found that allows for local commercial and residential development and for the school safety. If it's just passed now, how do we guarantee that the true school safety is considered if it's approved this evening, and that in the due process will take care of that? And so that I would ask that we do a proper traffic study, that we consult with UDOT and the Provo Fire Department to make sure that truly we have safe access and traffic design. And let this be a win-win for everyone in our community, and especially in this part of Southeast Provo. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. So we also have caller number in the number ending in 5650. You should be getting a prompt to press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead and state your name and city of residence, and you have 2 minutes to make your comment.
My name is April Clausen, and I live in Mapleton, and I'm the Treeside Charter School Board Chair. And I found it interesting how the other lawyer was talking about how the plan started in 2017, but they never contacted the school. And then in the last couple of months, we've tried to work with the developers, because then the school was actually part of the picture. So it's unfortunate that now they have sidestepped the school and are not listening to the plans that we had discussed. in the last couple of meetings that we had with them that showed a different access for the apartments, the condominiums on the different plot maps. And I know you don't have the plot map in front of you right now, but it's interesting how they were so gung-ho about making those changes and accommodating the driveways and the accesses for both the school and the condominiums, and now they're not. So I think it's frustrating for us as a school to be left out of the picture and then have a little dip in the picture, and then now we're out of it again. So I would request that you deny this proposal, because we are still in the planning stages and we still have things to work out with the developer. And of course, with it being a school, we have safety issues that we have to be concerned about. So I would ask that you really think about all the emails and the communications that you have been sent, and hopefully you've read them all and that you make a good choice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glosson. Chair Sewell, we don't seem to have any other people waiting to make a comment, so I'll turn it back over to you.
You're muted, Mr. Sewell.
Okay, let me try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had to switch headsets because my batteries went out. Mr. Hanley, you have a comment?
Yeah, I know there's a lot to discuss. I also note the hour and how much time we might not have to do all that discussion. I feel, I mean, there's several issues at stake here. There's the proposal itself and the kind of housing options that it provides for the neighborhood, whether or not that's satisfactory. I'm not overly concerned about this particular project in that regard, although I think there are some ways in which it could and probably should be improved. I know that we're not here to adjudicate the legal disputes between the school and the developer, but I think tonight's discussion and input from both parties and from the public only make it more clear to me that even though it's true that we don't have to, we could make a decision and assume that that will get worked out. It feels like to me that the legal questions are serious enough, and the tensions and communications between the two parties have still not addressed some of the issues to anyone's satisfaction. And so I'm inclined to continue this item until those disputes are resolved. I just feel that there's a chance that unless and until there is a resolution, we may be making a decision about the viability of either the school or the development when the legal dispute could challenge either and further frustrate the process. So I'd rather just kind of have a clean slate to look at where we know what the resolution is and we know what the relationship there is and the viability of both parties going forward in that space. And then I feel like we'd be able to make a clearer decision. So I that would be my, I know there's going to be other comments, but that would be actually be a motion at some point. I don't have to make it at this moment, but that's my preference.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
I'm curious if our council attorney can, if he has any advice for us as we look to how we might weigh the legal disputes that have been brought up and how we might frame that or consider that with the question that we are here to decide tonight.
Yeah, here's my take on it with respect to both of the parties' legal counsel. I know Craig and have dealt with him before, and and enjoyed dealing with him. And I believe I talked with the school's attorney at one point on the phone and said something similar. I mean, my take on it is you should ignore everything that they said that didn't apply to the design aspects of the proposal. and what I mean by that is all of the legal arguments that they both marshaled, they will continue to be able to marshal whatever your decision is. And Mr. Hanley's position, he stated a few minutes ago, is not unreasonable, and it is something that the council could certainly decide, and something that I've mentioned before when we've talked about this, that deciding that the whole thing is too complicated to know what you're actually approving is a valid concern. On the other hand, you have a proposal in front of you, and regardless of what the legal arguments are on either side, if you approve this rezone, all that you are approving is the fact that the property is rezoned. And at the end of the day, that's your decision. And then it may be that one side or the other, after they've marshaled their legal arguments, loses, and the development either goes forward as it doesn't. By my way of thinking, the only real danger to the council or to the city organization that the council represents from moving forward, regardless of the legal arguments, is if the reason you are going to approve the rezone is because you like the design that you've seen, and that's the only thing you want built there, and the subsequent legal arguments prevent that from being built, the property will nevertheless have been rezoned, and anything else that is appropriate for that zone could be built there. Having said that, that's a fairly easy problem to solve in ways that the council has solved routinely in the past, which is to say, I don't feel, is for the council to express, we don't feel comfortable rezoning the property unless we are guaranteed that what's been proposed is the only thing that would be built there. Therefore, if the developer proffers a development agreement that that's the only thing that can be built there, we'll go ahead with the rezone. And then when you look at the legal arguments that have been made, the end result of that is either the developer is right on their legal arguments and they build what they signed the development agreement to build, or the school is right and the developer can't build that, and so nothing gets built and the property sits until something else is proposed and brought in front of the council.
Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth.
Yeah, I think we've discussed this before, and I have concerns about rezoning this to residential, specifically to MDR. I feel like the housing types in this area are very homogeneous. That's not news to any of you. We have over 500 units that are very comparable that are being constructed right now. We have hundreds of units that were built in the last 20 or 30 or 40 years that are comparable. So to me, this is more of the same housing type. It doesn't create diversity in housing types. Another concern I have is over economic development on South State Street. This is, to me, part of an important commercial zone or commercial node. Last week, Mr. Fillmore and I got to tour all over the Mountain Vista industrial park and manufacturing areas, and our economic development director, our deputy mayor said that there's about 1,000 jobs in there, and there might be another 1,000 jobs in there. And I thought, well, where are those people going to shop? Where are they going to eat lunch? Are they going to spend any tax dollars in Provo? And right now, I don't know that they are. We're not capturing it, and this is such a high-profile corridor over the next 50 years that I just think it's a tremendous opportunity cost for us to rezone this as residential. The other concern I have is over kind of the needs of the neighborhood. The Spring Creek Elementary is a Title I school. It has the highest percentage of free and reduced school lunches in the district. I think it's at 80 or 82%. And I have to ask myself when I see this project, does it create stability? Does it create diversity? Does this bring something that Southeast Provo doesn't already have? And does it elevate this area? Does it attract people to this area in ways that we really need in Southeast Provo? So those are my concerns. I have problems rezoning this to residential.
Thank you. Do other councilors have comments? And if you don't mind, Councilor Harding, I believe you've spoken once already on this. Given the shortage of time, let's give Councilor Shipley, Hoban, and Fillmore a chance to get their first comment in before we circle back to second comments.
That's fine, but I only asked Mr. Jones to share some advice. I didn't make a comment.
Oh, that's true. Okay, go ahead then.
I'm happy to wait. I only raised my hand because no one else was raising their hand.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I think we've heard, a pretty strong neighborhood support for this proposal. We have a strong recommendation from our staff. We have a strong recommendation from the Planning Commission to move forward with this. And this aligns with the Southeast Area Master Plan, something that the council put out to developers and to the community and said, this is the plan for the area. And we've had people that have taken actions based on that for all of these reasons, as well as, I look at this design, and much of what we've been asking for 5 years, a lot of the good planning principles, and it's incorporated into this proposal. There is a lot to like about the proposal. The only concern that I have is what Mr. Jones brought up, which was what happens if they legally can't build what they're proposing, and I agree with that. So I would my approval of this, or my support for this, is probably dependent on having assurances that this is what will be built. But assuming that we have that, I strongly support this proposal and would like to see it move forward. This area we've had areas along here that have been zoned commercial for a very long time. They haven't developed. Just earlier today, we removed this area off of the short hold, if that's what it's called now, for corridor. So it seems like we're taking steps away to making this more of a livable, enjoyable place for residential, with some smaller commercial mixed in. And I think this aligns with that. So I think there's a lot to like about this proposal, and I hope that we move forward with it.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. So I'll invite any first comments from Councilor Shipley, Hoban, and or Fillmore. Councilor Hoban.
Thanks. Maybe it's for staff. So Brandon, what do you think about, because it seems like Council Member Ellsworth is saying, hey, let's keep this commercial. What do you think about the whole chicken before the egg, right? You need rooftops before commercial, because we obviously haven't had any commercial in that area yet. And the argument supposedly that we hear is not enough rooftops for that sort of thing. So what are your thoughts on that? I mean, how do we get commercial down there? If we were to zone this commercial, how do we make that happen? So that's the first question. I have another one that I'll ask Brandon after that.
The first one I'm going to defer. We've got our economic development director here, and I'm going to let him, Keith Moray, is going to address that first question.
Sorry, I'm trying to jump over cables. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. from my perspective, I think there's a couple of concerns in that area. Maybe first of all, and probably most outstanding, is there's a large portion of that South State Street area that has current commercial zoning that hasn't really developed. And I think that there's obvious reasons. I think a couple of those are the traffic patterns, the types of traffic, and the traffic count along State Street. What are people using that arterial for? And from my perspective, I think most of that traffic is definitely using that to pass through, either on their way to work or on their way home from work, and not necessarily as a destination to shop. And I think the traffic count along there is also a big contributor. And I think the two things that address that are development like this, more rooftops that create people in that area that have a reason to stay there and shop. And I think once that begins to happen, you'll see there be a higher demand for commercial opportunity, whether it's convenience opportunities or larger big box development. But until that happens, I think we're going to continue to see that used just as a pass-through corridor where people are going from one point to another. So from my perspective, I think this plan falls in line with what the future land use plan designated it to be. And I think it supports the current zoning that we have in other locations for commercial, and will contribute to their viability as we go forward. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So Councilmember Ellsworth mentioned that there were 550 units approved. Is that enough rooftops? So meaning, have we already done the legwork we need to do? Is that enough rooftops to move things on the commercial side, or do we need more rooftops?
No, I think we need more. The commercial development community knows our area better than I think any of us really understand. And they keep an eye very closely on future development and what rooftops are being added to an area that they're interested in. And so I think they're well aware of those 500 rooftops. And I think if that had moved the needle significantly, we would already have been approached by developers wanting to capitalize on that opportunity before other people did. And so I think there's still a wait and see attitude about how do more rooftops get created in that area until we reach a threshold where development will just naturally occur. So I think we're probably getting there, but I think more residential housing is what's needed in there to make that happen. And I think to Shannon's point about, workers in other places, I think once we get the rooftops that create the commercial viability that's long-term, those other traffic patterns will alter, and people in other areas that work in other places around this will begin to utilize that as a destination where now they're just passing through to either go to work or go home.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a second question. I think, Brandon, this one might be for you, maybe not. From a safety standpoint, so the school is obviously asking for exclusive access to that driveway, just from a practical reason standpoint and safety. Do you feel like approving this is going to cause, frankly, I don't want to put students at risk. And if there's a bunch of students walking down that road and cutting across, and I know how it is just dropping my daughter off at our school at Westridge, and it feels a little dangerous every time I do it, right? Because there's just kids and cars coming and going, and that they have their own exclusive driveway, right? So I can picture people getting frustrated trying to leave their home to go to work at 8:30 in the morning, and they've got this line of cars that they're battling with, they're trying to get home or whatever. So it seems to me like that is a practical reason, something we need to think about. I know the litigation isn't our concern, and I know Brian's saying like in the movies, they say, withdraw your comment, and the attorney withdraws it, and the jury's just supposed to forget about it, right? And I'm not sure we can forget about everything we heard tonight from the attorneys. So I think it's just a practical matter I'd like to address, just from a safety standpoint. And I totally get where the school is coming from with this being a concern. I think it's probably a practical concern. So what can we do there? From your standpoint, is it a concern? Is it not? If it is a concern, what do we do? Can we guarantee a stoplight at 1640? What can we do?
Well, I don't, once we get the proper traffic volumes, reach the warrants, that there is certainly a good argument for a traffic signal there. If you approve, if this rezone is adopted, it's going to go to the project plan stage, where it's going to go through extensive reviews through development services, and probably with traffic safety and that sort of thing. Public Works will play an important role in that as well. And so I'm confident that going through that project plan stage, we'll be able to flush out many of these important issues, because you're right, children's safety is super. I mean, it's number one. So we want to make sure that gets ironed out. But again, approving this now doesn't through all of a sudden create these terrible traffic issues. It just gives us an opportunity to address those further at the project plan stage. And I don't know if David Day, he's on here too. I don't know if he has any other additional thoughts on that issue.
Mr. Day, did you have a comment?
Not really much to add, other than we don't really look at those fine-tuned details that a lot of people want to know about at a zone change. We look at those at a project plan approval, where we get down to the construction drawings that we use to build the project. So at a zone change, really what we look at is, are there any big issues that would prevent this from being changed to a certain zone? And there really isn't any of those big issues here. And so then it becomes just a preference to the council or the neighbors of what they would like to see built in their community. So.
But do we lose leverage if we approve this? Is there any guarantee that we could get the developer to accommodate this request for something to happen in order to, to make it more safe? Or I mean, after we approve this, do we kind of lose the leverage there? Because I don't think I'm comfortable approving it right now if I know going into this that student safety is a concern, and we're probably not going to be able, we might not be able to do anything about it after the approval, if that makes sense. What leverage do you have after the fact if we approve the zone change?
So our leverage after a zone change is approved is just our current city standards that have been approved and that have been approved by the council. And then we hold them to all of those standards that we hold every other development to. And I think probably Brian pointed out the best that, if you wanted something particular and you're not swayed one way or another as to whether to vote on this, then the way to handle that would be through some sort of a development agreement that would lock down certain items that you felt strongly that needed to be part of this.
Okay, thank you. So we wouldn't really have much leverage after the fact unless we had some sort of development agreement. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for the info. And also, I just want to say I appreciate everything staff's done on this project over the years now. So I understand it's frustrating to bring it before the council and have holes poked in it, and basically you're, all this work kind of torn to pieces. But so yeah, we definitely appreciate the work staff's done, and I think they are doing a good job on this project. Just obviously, I think there are just some concerns that some of us have. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban. Let's go to Mr. Jones, and then we'll look for a first comment from Councilors Fillmore and or Shipley.
I just wanted to clarify, I guess, two things. One is, I actually took Mr. Day's comments a little bit differently, but maybe he or the planners need to qualify a little bit, in the sense that I don't think he was saying you don't have any leverage. I think he was saying that every safety standard that is currently in our code would still apply. And so to the degree, but I can't speak to what those are, and that's why I say they may need to clarify that. But to the degree that there are safety standards regarding parking and traffic and dropping off that would apply to this design, we would have all the weight of city authority to enforce our ordinances to require that those safety standards be met in whatever design is proposed. And the only way in which an unsafe situation is going to be perpetuated is if we do not have laws or standards on the books that address those safety concerns. And then the other one is I just want to clarify that my comments before were not intended to say throw out any comments that were made about those design standards, right? I mean, to the extent that anybody in the meeting spoke about design concerns that you as council share, you should take those to heart. I was only talking about the third-party legal disputes about whether there is access or not access, et cetera.
Yeah, no, I got you. I was just having a little fun.
And I was going to say that even before you made your comment. So that wasn't directed just at you, Councilor Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So do we have a comment from Councilor Shipley or Fillmore?
I'll speak up,
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Frankly, I seem to sense the council's collective energy level ebbing. We ought to try and wrap this up, I guess, for tonight. But this is a tough one for me. I see competing concerns and interests on both sides. I feel like that the 19th century political figure known as a mugwump, birds sitting on a fence with this mug on one side and it's a wump on the other. I think there are good arguments both ways. I certainly empathize with the developer. They've been at this for a while. They've tried to accommodate everything our staff and planning commission has thrown at them. They've gone out of their way, in fact, with respect to some of the requirements, as I understand it. And this is a tough property to develop. It's not a pretty piece of land. And to clean it up for us would be a boon. By the same token, even though it's a nice project and there's a variety of alternative housing here, and it would increase our rooftops, I'm sensitive to Ms. Ellsworth's comments that we really need to take a hard look at commercial development in that part of town. Unfortunately, we can't force commercial development. We've got to find ways to incentivize it. That's why we recently established our Economic Development Committee to look at some of those kinds of things. And the southeast part of Provo is one that Ms. Ellsworth and I have our eye on to do whatever we can to accelerate economic development and raise the standard of living and rooftops and everything else in the southeast so that they can finally get the kind of services that they rightly deserve. Grocery stores and other services that otherwise are quite a bit of a drive for them. My preference would be to wait. There's some legal issues here that we're not directly involved in, but affect our decision. I'd like to see if the parties can work those out in court or otherwise. There's a safety issue that has to be addressed. The zoning doesn't do that. I'd like to get UDOT involved in a big way to see what secondary access routes can be developed, because the existing one clearly is inadequate for all the reasons mentioned. We certainly don't want to put our school kids at risk. And so I'd like, frankly, to have a conversation with UDOT in a larger context about South State Street, what we could do to enhance it, to make it safer, slow it down a bit, address the aesthetics of that gateway into our city. I just think the whole thing merits a little more time. So for all those reasons, I'm not ready to vote tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Shipley.
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this, but I think I'm persuaded at this point that with the work that's gone into this and the Planning Commission approval and it matching the various plans as they are set out at this point, that I would be able to vote for this and trust that staff would then work something out that was safe according to the rules that we have in place as a city. And the other, I guess, consideration that I struggle with is that we have along State Street a lot of, I'm persuaded that there's a lot of commercial zone property already along State Street. So we're not taking away the one opportunity for commercial property here. And, I think there is a need, for housing. I don't know that we're getting a significantly different thing through this project, than what's already in this area. But the rooftops obviously would be helpful, for Provo, but also for this area. So I'm persuaded that with the planning commission passing this, with it matching the general plan and also the neighborhood plan, that at this point we could be confident moving forward. At least I could be confident moving forward that staff could continue to work on this project to make it safe for the school, and that the litigation would work itself out one way or the other. If it couldn't work its way out, obviously, there wouldn't be a development on this property. And I don't know that that's the worst thing in the world if they can't come to some kind of reconciliation, because we can always come back and look at the zoning on this again at some point. But for tonight, I'm convinced that based on the work that's already been done by staff and by, the plans that are in place, that I would be able to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. If it's all right, I'd like to make my first comment, and then I guess we'll decide kind of where we're at. And since we're kind of at the witching hour here, when we like to try to be finished. So with regard to the school access, I kind of go with Mr. Jones' comment that I'm trying to not consider the legal issue of how that might turn out. It seems to me that depending on whether you believe that the school has exclusive access to that or not, which will be determined in a court, makes a big difference on what you think is a reasonable solution for the safety of the children. If you believe that they do have exclusive access, then it seems reasonable that the parents and school people would demand that the developer spend, I don't know how much that another access would cost, but a lot of money. And if it turns out that the school really doesn't have exclusive access, then I think that gets you to a different solution as to what's reasonable, and you're kind of in a different negotiating stance at that point. So I'm in favor of the development. I think it'll add to the area, get us closer to attracting a grocery store. I think the developers worked very hard over a long period of time, and I would be in favor of moving ahead. And if they can't, if they lose the court fight, then they'll either give up and have their funds exhausted, or they'll come back with something different. And if they win that, then the development could proceed. So that's kind of where I'm at. So where does that leave us for tonight? Mr. Larson.
We have the applicant. He would like to make just a brief statement if he could.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to go on the record that we are willing to proffer a development agreement on this. What we planned and worked on for so long, that's what we want to build. We don't want to build anything else. And if I can just add that I don't understand the commercial issue being part of this discussion, because commercial traffic would be far worse for the school. Schools, if you look around along in residential neighborhoods, that area would be a disaster with the school and commercial. So that, and I just wanted to make sure you understood that I'm going to proffer that development agreement.
Thank you.
And I'm also confident that once the issue of exclusivity on that road is settled, we can reach a compromise. You can't compromise when someone has exclusive rights and I don't want to give them up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I guess maybe what I'll ask is, does someone have a motion that they would like to make, or would you like to vote on the implied motion? I don't think we can go too much longer on discussion tonight. Mr. Harding?
I'd like to move that we substitute the implied motion, or what is it? The
implied motion's exhibit.
The exhibit, hey, thank you, to include one that, so that the rezone does not take place until a development agreement is signed. And Mr. Jones, I believe you have something ready for us.
I do. I don't know if Hannah wants to put it up on the screen, but I've just quickly taken our standard development agreement rezone ordinance and added the necessary language. So what we have in on base now and ready for Hannah to put up would be a different version of the ordinance that would authorize the mayor to negotiate and execute a development agreement based on the applicant's representations in this meeting, which, as I understood it, were that they would build what was designed and nothing else could be built on the property. And that the effective date of the rezone would be the date of execution of the development agreement. And that's our standard form for doing that. So Hannah's telling me that I've got it locked. So I'm going to close it so she can open it. But that is ready. And that would be the subject of your motion.
Yeah, so my motion is that we substitute the implied motion to reference the new exhibit, and that that's my motion, and I hope we can vote on that tonight.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mr. Harding to add a development agreement to the exhibit such that the developer is proffering to build substantially what they've shown us tonight, as I understand it. Is there a second to that motion? I will second the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Hannah, can you make it so that part 1 and 2 are on the screen? Oh, right there. Okay.
That's as close as I can get getting both, but you know the title.
That's perfect.
Okay, Councillor Ellsworth and then Councillor Hoban.
Yeah, I hear a lot of talk about how we need more rooftops to attract any kind of commercial development in Southeast Provo. But it's not just rooftops that attracts commercial development. It's a certain level of socioeconomic profiles, of household incomes, of dispensable income. So to me, I just don't know that we're going to be doing ourselves any favors by building more rooftops when commercial entities are not attracted to student incomes. And the other concern I have is that Southeast Provo, I hear all the time that people here want a grocery store, and then the city says, well, you need more rooftops and then you'll get a grocery store. And I hear people on the west side say that they want a grocery store, and they should have a grocery store, but they're not taking on this kind of development. They're not required to bring in more rooftops for the city to support that agenda. So I don't understand something there. There's something missing. West Provo and South Provo are not the same, but I wish that we were doing more to create diverse housing types. I wish we were doing more to promote stability. I wish we were doing more to support South Provo. And so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Hoban.
Does this development agreement address the potential student safety issue in that shared drive? Or I didn't see that anywhere in the development. So basically this development agreement is just saying, hey, we're gonna build, the intent is we're gonna build pretty much what we showed you. But as far as I'm aware, what we were shown didn't have I mean, since last meeting, nothing was done to address the safety issue. That's one thing I'm kind of disappointed in, because I feel like this development would be easier for me to approve if the developer had taken steps to address the student safety issue, which I requested last time. So it's just disappointing that wasn't addressed. So as far as I'm concerned, this development agreement won't address that, correct?
Yes, that's true. At least I did not hear the developer proffer any type of concession or agreement or offer regarding that particular issue. I think the statement was what this development agreement is essentially going to do is that they agree to build what they've shown you. So if the legal dispute that is on the table right now prevents them from building what they have shown you, they won't be able to build. And that's all it does at this moment.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't really address my specific concern. I mean, I appreciate the developer is willing to proffer up a development agreement. My specific concern, I don't think is addressed. That's all. Thanks.
Councilor Hardy.
Mr. Larson seems to have a response he wants to give.
Is it possible that you could allow the applicant would like to, I guess, give you a little bit of an explanation of the safety, some of the things they've done to address safety since the last city council meeting? Would it be okay if they addressed you for just a moment to address that question?
Okay, can we limit it to 2 minutes? We're really running late. Just kind of some.
So I appreciate that. Councilman Hogan, I want you to know that we're very concerned about the safety of those students, as you are. And so we've offered different solutions. We've offered to bring Spring Creek Road in. We've offered to let them use that connection, and they can use that connection going back and forth. We've offered during the pickup and drop off times to have gates that make everybody on the north side go out, that pushes all to 1640. So we've come up with all kinds of solutions. The school has not come up with any solutions. Their position is every time we come up with a solution, as long as we have exclusive use of the access and the interior roads, then yeah, we'd like that. But we've given different scenarios that pushes all the traffic away from the school, and even that would prevent the traffic during the peak times from any of the traffic from the residents, except for ones that up north. And we've met with UDOT about possibility of another access to help out there. We've done all those things, but the school just came back and they said, you know what? If we can't have exclusive use of this, then you're not bargaining with us. You're not dealing with us. So, yeah, that's my big concern too, Councilman Hoban, is the safety of those kids. And so I hope that's helpful. The school is it's a closed campus, and those kids cannot leave the school without a parent or a school official with them. So I hope that's helpful. But yeah, the design is intended to take all that away from the school and not towards it.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
So
Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, thank you. So my comment is as far as the safety, I guess my concern would be if they move along and if they get to the project plan stage and it's found that there's no safe way for the school, for the students and whatnot under the current configuration, they don't have the rezone. They can't propose a different project. So if our regulations that provide for student safety can't be met, they can't move forward, and so it has to come back to us. So I actually do feel like the development agreement gives us that assurance in that perspective. And then I do feel like our staff has suggested that this does address increasing the housing diversity. It does help move us along with economic development, and it does further the plans that have been approved in the past and the developers work towards. So from my perspective, we have these expert opinions saying that and Planning Commission recommendation. So that's why I'm going to be voting for it.
A concern has been raised that we give a representative of the school 2 minutes to respond with their take on the safety negotiation. Is there a representative of the school who could speak to that? I don't know if a board member or the school's attorney is still here.
I'm trying to remember who was who. I do believe the caller with their hand up was one of the board members.
The 9520.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and unmute her and see what she has to say.
Okay, thank you.
And can you state your name again so that we remember what it is for the record?
Certainly. Erin Preston, representing Treeside Charter School. I'm the attorney. Thank you for giving us a chance to speak. This has been very difficult for us to be consistently looped out of this process and to not know what's going on behind the scenes. I would just speak to the coordination on the safety planning. I think Mr. Mullen woefully just mischaracterized what has gone on. We were trying to work with him. We have spent hundreds of hours of trying to work with him. We have come up with plans that we thought he was going to proceed on. And we find out tonight that instead he's hired an attorney to say no to all of the plans. There are things that we cannot agree to because they are not going to be approved by the school's authorizers, the State Office of Education, the State Fire Marshal's Office, and other entities that overschool what safe is in a school. Provo standards are not sufficient to ensure that the school can stay open as a school with those standards involved. By approving this under Provo standards, you could still close the school just based on those standards being in place as not sufficient for school safety. We have been working for school safety. We have been trying to work with the developer. This is disingenuous. Please consider voting against this. Give us a chance to go through the litigation process before approving anything.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Fillmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I'm mulling all these competing interests over in my mind, I agree with Councilwoman Ellsworth that it would be great if we could increase the market value of the homes in this development and raise the general level to incent commercial development. But in this particular property, as a practical matter, we're never going to get single family homes right next to those railroad tracks. If we're going to have a housing development in this area, this is about the best we're going to see. And frankly, it has a nice appearance, and I think they've worked hard to give us a variety of options there. But my problem is the safety issue. I hear the developer say that they're willing to give us a developer agreement. If I knew that that development agreement had some real teeth in it with respect to solving the safety issue, then that would have a lot of appeal. If I sense some kind of assurance on the part of our staff that they feel that even after the zone is approved, that they then have the authority or discretion to insist upon addressing that safety issue, and that would be a requirement before they could give a building permit. If I really felt strongly that the staff was in a position to do that and that the development agreement would commit to addressing the safety issue, then I'd be inclined to vote in favor of this zone change tonight. But if I don't have those assurances on the safety for the children, then my inclination is to let the issue play out in court.
Staff wants to let you know that we will do everything we can to send it through the most thorough review we can. We'll go through the zone requirements. It's going to go through Public Works and their standards that they work with. We feel like the development is doing a great job of diverting traffic onto 1640 North and increasing the warrants on that road to perhaps bring a light that would certainly increase the safety and traffic and improve the traffic flow through that area. So staff's going to do whatever they can to make sure this is a safe situation and utilize whatever standards are available to address the safety standards, safety issues that are present in this proposal.
So Brandon, I guess I have to put you on the spot. Are you assuring us that staff has the capability to insist upon adequate safety resolution, regardless of how the lawsuit may turn out?
Brandon, we'll look to make that part of the development.
I can tell you that the applicant is willing to make that a part of the development agreement. I'm frankly interested to know from Public Works what type of safety standards they may have that may address these types of safety issues. I'm wondering what the fire marshal also has to say, and I don't think he's on here with us.
Does that suggest the benefit of waiting 2 weeks and to get that kind of input before we make a decision?
I'll say one thing quickly, and then I'll have to ask you to restate. The fire marshal has approved this application. He has reviewed it. Public Works has reviewed it. The whole CRC has reviewed this and found it to be satisfactory, at least on a rezone level. And I apologize, but I didn't catch your question. Could you restate that, please?
Sure. I'm just asking if in fact you felt the staff, you had the capacity, the ability to insist upon additional safety considerations as part of the final planning and permitting process. And can you insist upon a binding provision in the development agreement to that effect, such that the concerns about the safety of these children are fully allayed?
I would yes.
Okay. Thank you. We have the developer on record as saying that they will agree to a development agreement, which implicitly will include those kind of provisions, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Jones. But, well, let me just say one thing. This reminds me of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And again, what you would consider to be a safe resolution probably depends on whether you feel the school has exclusive access to that road or not. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just gonna maybe try to clarify or restate what I heard, which is if Brandon is telling us that the CRC has already approved the design, then I guess that says to me the design is as safe as it's going to get. Because if it's already been approved, what else is going to be required of it that isn't already in it? So if there is something else to be required, I don't know. I guess I didn't hear where that's going to come from, and I don't have any understanding at all of exactly what the developer is potentially proffering with regard to safety.
That's why I was asking if it makes sense to wait 2 weeks and get that made more concrete.
Mr. Hanley, I think, is next.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything productive other than let's vote.
Well, that's productive, I think. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any more hands up, and we do have a motion on the table. So unless someone was going to withdraw the motion, we need to vote on it. So not
Has
seeing
anyone
it.
seconded the motion?
Yes, I was the second on Mr. Harding's motion.
Thank you. That's tough to catch sometimes.
Yep. All right, I guess we'll call for a vote. Councillor Harding?
Can we restate the motion?
Sure.
So the motion was to substitute the exhibit that the implied motion was referring to from from what we had in our packet to one that includes a development agreement that would need to be worked out with the mayor, and there it is on the screen, to basically require that if a development is built, it needs to substantially be what has been proposed here. So meaning they can't say, okay, well, that didn't work out, we lost the legal battle, therefore we're going to build something else that complies with the MDR. They would actually have to build this or come back for a change, come back to the council for a change.
Councilor Hoban?
I would offer a substitute motion that we come back in 2 weeks and the developer present a development agreement that includes or addresses the safety concerns of some of the council members and try to make a good faith effort to work with the school on that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Councilor Hoban. Is there a second?
Yes.
That was Councilor Fillmore. Is there any discussion on the motion? Looks like Councilor Ellsworth's hand is up.
Yeah, I'm curious if the developer feels like they can create an adequate safety solution in 2 weeks. And are we kind of giving them something amorphous to create that we may not like in 2 weeks, or that doesn't meet our standards of safety in 2 weeks? Or is there something concrete they feel that that could be implemented that would satisfy Mr. Hoban?
So to clarify, it's more so about satisfying, well, sure, it is about satisfying me. I guess I don't know what makes a private school drive safe. I think the developer mentioned a few things about forcing traffic out a specific direction via gates. So, I mean, they had some ideas, but none of them are in their proposal, their existing proposal, and none of them are in a development agreement. So I think, some of those ideas they had sounded great. I just, why aren't they on paper or committed to, right? So, or why weren't they included in the development plan? So I just, I guess I can't say exactly what that is. I would be willing to talk to staff about that over the next 2 weeks to come to a point where I'm comfortable, and maybe Mr. Fillmore could join me on that as well, getting us to a point where we're comfortable, from with the safety standpoint. So maybe it doesn't have to, we don't have to wait 2 weeks to see it. Maybe, Mr. Fillmore and I could see it in advance, and get to a point where, we're comfortable voting on it again in 2 weeks. I don't know. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just think it makes sense to work some things out right now while we still have leverage, so to speak.
So let me ask the developer just very briefly, are you interested in or willing to bring back something that you would commit to? It doesn't necessarily mean that the school has accepted it, but something that you would proffer that you feel would address the safety concerns and include that as part of the development agreement. I think that's what's being asked for.
Absolutely. Our design from the beginning, Chairman Sewell, our design from the beginning it did have the children's safety in mind and the school safety in mind, because that's my biggest nightmare as a developer, is that a child will get killed in one of my developments because it was poorly designed. So yeah, I'm absolutely willing to go through that process and do that, because I think it's an essential issue that we all have to. We hear traffic and children in the same sentence. We need to look at that. So very open to come back with a plan that can do that, and even meeting with Councilman Hoban, meeting with you or with Councilman Fillmore, and getting your input on, so we can make this as safe as possible.
I appreciate
it. Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Councilor Hanley.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, I think it was clear that the developer was always willing to try to find a solution, but I think it goes back to the same thing I said at the very beginning. There's a legal dispute over whether or not the school has the ability to insist on exclusive rights, and they're going to say no to every other proposal until that gets settled. And that's why I don't think it's going to do any good to wait 2 weeks. I think we have to decide up or down right now whether or not we want to continue it indefinitely or pass this. I just think we can't. We're trying to solve problems we can't solve, and I would still encourage us to go ahead and vote.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore?
Well, my response to Mr. Handley is the obvious. What harm does it do to wait 2 weeks and see what the parties can work out?
I'm just saying that I think they've had plenty of time to try to work something out, and it's clear what the terms are as to why they can't work it out. And so that's why I do think I mean, there's not great harm. There's just a needless delay.
We disagree.
Councilor Ellsworth?
I was just going to say, I think Mr. Handley has a point, because this project has been continued by the applicant multiple times. And I think it's been for this reason, because they've been trying to come to some kind of resolution. And this is like the third or fourth time it's been continued by the applicant in the last 4 or 5 months. So I don't know. It's one of those things where if you can't figure out a resolution in the last few months, is the next 2 weeks going to be different?
But the applicant has just told us that they're willing to come back. They're eager to do it and to try to allay our concerns. Why not give them that chance?
And if I might just clarify, I think what they're asking, what we're asking them to do if we pass this is to come back with a proposal that addresses our concerns. We're not asking them to come back with a proposal that 100% addresses the school's concerns, which might be impossible at this point. So
I agree.
Mr. Harding, and then we need to get to vote here pretty quick. You're muted, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could make this part of the development agreement that's here, because I think I heard that proffered, that, and we just rely on the mayor to negotiate not only, the development agreement that not only says it has to be substantially this way, but also that addresses, the parking concerns. I mean, are we comfortable as a council offloading that onto the administration that could be above and beyond the standard safety standards, because the developer has already indicated a willingness to proffer some of these solutions. If we are interested in trying to get it to vote on it tonight.
Anyone interested in going that route?
Mr. Hardy, can you restate? Sorry, I wasn't exactly clear what you're asking.
Yeah, so
it could be that it's 9:35 and we've been going since, a long time.
Yeah, so the current development agreement, or the current ordinance, says that the rezone won't take place until a development agreement has been negotiated by the mayor with this party that says that what has been proposed is substantially what will be built. I'm just wondering if we could add in there, and if the council is willing to offload that negotiation with the mayor and say that the rezone doesn't take place until the development agreement that includes both that it will be built substantially as proposed, and also, that some student safety, proposals or measures will be included in the design. And so then once the mayor feels like that negotiation has, resolved the concerns about student safety, then it can be signed, and then the rezone would take place. So I guess Brian, is that language possible based on what we've heard the applicant proffer?
you can do it. I will say it's probably the vaguest development agreement approval that I can think of or recall. And I don't know if she wants to chime in, but quite frankly, if I were the mayor, I wouldn't want it. But I mean, essentially what you're saying, the only way I can think of to do it, there's two ways to do it. One way is to go ahead and vote tonight and say that the mayor can negotiate a development agreement that is subject to council approval, and that the development agreement has to be brought back to the council to be approved, which the administration hasn't liked that idea very much before because it's very different than the way we've done things. And I don't know that it saves you any time because you're still back here having the same discussion about safety that you would be if you don't vote tonight. The other way to do it is I think what you're describing is authorizing the mayor to sign an agreement once she's satisfied that the safety issue isn't a concern to her. And you can do that. I think it's an open question of whether the council would feel comfortable with that kind of thing, because they're basically giving up the entire decision on that point. And again, I think you probably ought to consult with the mayor about whether she wants to make that decision.
Okay, fair enough. I would just heard some councilors suggesting they wanted to vote tonight, and I thought that might be a way to accommodate that.
So I believe Councilors Hoban and Fillmore were the ones that were asking to see what the developer would do in terms of safety. So are either of or both of you interested in pursuing this suggestion? If not, we'll just proceed with the vote on the current motion. Mr. Hoban.
I think I don't want to micromanage the staff or the city by any means. But I think ideally I would see some recommendations by the developer and the staff, and then, kind of yay or nay those. And I'll make myself available so that, if it's in 2 weeks when we come back, everyone will know how I feel about what the developers brought forward. Again, I'm no safety expert, but I feel like if they come forward with some great ideas, I probably will be able to recognize those as something that will help the situation. So I think I prefer to see some of those ideas. Not that I don't trust staff. I just think this is new for all of us. Mm-hmm. It's something different than just traditional city standards on, city street. And so I think I prefer to see what they have to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Hoban. Do you feel similarly, Mr. Fillmore?
Yes, I do. I'd prefer to wait 2 weeks to see what they come up with. I will say this. Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, it really just comes down to the safety issue. Mm-hmm. And I know the Mullen brothers. They're good men. I have confidence in their integrity. And if they'll sign a development agreement that has a reasonable solution to the safety issue, we can take that to the bank.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore. And I feel like I should disclose something too here. I don't feel like it's influencing my judgment, but I was a roommate with Don Mullen and his brother in college, and I've never met two finer people than those two. And I feel similarly in terms of their integrity. So I just wanted to get that out there. So Mr. Jones, I turned into a pumpkin after 9 o'clock, and I've kind of, can you remind me what the current motion is that's on the table? And then
I think we have a motion on the table to continue this for 2 weeks for the developer to bring back a development agreement proffer that includes what they're willing to do for safety standards.
Thank you. And discussion on the motion, Councilor Ellsworth.
This is not totally discussion on the motion. I apologize, but I appreciate these conversations that we're having about safety, and it's not safety for these kids, for the students who go to the school, and for the people who will move into these units, and the units to the north will all be dramatically impacted by State Street, where the speed limit's 55 miles per hour. So I hope we have the same rigorous discussions about safety through the whole corridor.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion then. Councillor Shipley,
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth,
Yes.
Councillor Fillmore,
Yes.
Councillor Hoban,
Yes.
Councillor Handley,
No.
Councillor Harding,
Yes.
and I, Dave Sewell, will vote yes. That brings us to the conclusion of our meeting. Apologize for going late. Thank you to all of you for hanging in there on this. And if there's no objection, we will conclude the meeting by unanimous consent.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.